Welcome, hi. Welcome back. How are you? How's the day going? How was the week? The usual questions. How have you been? Stoney, hi. You are early today. Impressive. We have some Ultron, hi. Welcome back. How are you? Good time zone to you. It's fucking late for you. What the fuck? Also, yeah, we have the AC running today, so I don't know. I hope you can't hear it. We never know. Yeah, right, yeah. Like you find it's good. Um, mm, mm. Pretty good overall. Pretty good. We've had like some things. I have some announcements, non-announcement things, things like this that have happened that are pretty cool. And we're gonna go over that in a second for sure. But yeah, it's pretty nice. It's pretty nice. It is pretty nice. We're gonna go straight to it because it makes no sense to wait, right? I finally, finally have uh, posted my first fan-related post on Reddit. I have made my first ever Reddit post. It took me, I don't know, 16 years maybe to make one. I think I have replied to comments in the past, but like really, really not much. However, I made this fucking thing with a nice visuals to showcase that I have been at the mercy of Duolingo for a long time, and then I'm building this. The thing that I don't like about it is that this view specifically doesn't really reflect how the app is. Like it's nice. I would say, hi, work on it. It's nice, but it's kind of broken. Like right there, it's kind of broken. Um, that's on me though. But it's a tiny thing that could have been better. Anyways, that's a thing. I had like a heartfelt message right there, explaining how after 2,000 days on Duolingo, whatever, I built my things. And then some people have been saying things that are pretty accurate, which I appreciate. This person said that basically everyone is building a Japanese learning app and they have two, and someone else has two, and someone else has two. And so, it's a lot of people have said that, but also like, props to me to basically releasing it. However, um, that's something also this pitch doesn't work. This pitch doesn't work as intended. That's the wrong link. Or the things. And then that person right here, I don't. I see their point. I am extremely biased, obviously. Congrats, Stoney. 165 is impressive. 65 is impressive. But um, that whole thing, that whole feedback um, of couple thing to right talk about basically came in the first 3 hours of the post being live. And they have given me feedbacks that are, some of them are good, some of them are not good. That also proves to me that they haven't read the posts in the first place. So I mean, to me, what it means is that they have seen something, they clicked on it, they downloaded the app, and then they launched it to see how it works. And when they launched it, they didn't really do the thing. Like, basically, the quiz being like just 5 words is stupid, which fine. However, however, and you choose how many questions per quiz, 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. It's right there in the fucking thing. Did you read? Did you read? No. So so that whole thing, right? I was like, hey, in the beginning, I was like, yeah, why not? Like that's a fair point. That's a fair point. That's bullshit. You haven't read my post. So after that, everything that they said, I was like, yeah, I don't know. But I kind of went back, explained my points, and right, gave them answers, and they gave me more stuff, which is pretty good. And then I gave them more answers, and then at the end, they basically said something that made me disregard everything else, which is this. Please consider these points. Trust me, I have experience in managing multiple multi-million dollars app and games, being in charge of monetization and feature development. And I'm like, receipt, please receipt, please links, links, App Store stuff, stuff that you have built that I can check and make sure that what you have said is going to be considered. So overall, I don't know. I don't know. The other thing also, which is usual, right? As we say, someone is giving you criticism of your product, and because you are the creator, you're like, yeah, they are saying bullshit. I understand. So I'm taking that also in consideration when I'm replying and looking at their feedbacks. Some of the thing that they are saying is really good, and I absolutely agree with them. Some of the thing that they are also mentioning of someone that is just glancing over the app itself really quickly gives me the information that basically there are some things in the app that needs to be updated. So that's really nice. The onboarding needs to be updated, and some of the content as well needs to be updated. So yeah. Um, yeah. Congrats on 20. Congrats on 20. Cybersec, that's pretty good. That is pretty good. Like I said, you finished your 4 weeks iOS development class, and I was that you were following, which is good. Congrats. And I'm still trying to find something to do with new knowledge I acquired. Um, build something you need, or build an app that you already use, like or a page that you already kind of use on the daily life. So, let's say you need something dumb, like you need to check the weather in the morning, right? Build a weather app. That's it. Like just don't duplicate something that exists, but try to build like a weather app. You need to get location. Try to build like a location-based travel destination map thingy. If you have not done these things just yet, and you don't really know how to use like the Apple Weather and Map It type of thing, doesn't really matter. Maybe you can just check something that is, I don't know, a to-do list, a calculator, um, a note-taking app. You know, like these things would give you a bit more practice, and I would absolutely repeat what Stony has said many times in the beginning. You will learn more if you make a project, if you start a project rather than just following the tutorials, which I was agreeing with, but I just needed the data. Um, so yeah, listen to Stony, not me. Listen to Stony. Stony is a dev. I don't count there. Um, but yeah, that's the thing. And then if you want to do some weird ass things, experiment with other tech inside of um, Swift and iOS overall development. Specifically, if you are, I mean, let me reread that. Finish 4 weeks of iOS development. What are you learning? Are you learning Swift UI, Objective C, Swift, UI Kit? Like which languages have you learned? Because it doesn't really give you the same outputs potential. But that it is though. So yeah, so this one was interesting. They had like a lot of things to say, and I don't know. So that's fun. Some people were saying that the points that I made inside of my main uh, post was kind of false, which is true. It is kind of false, but I needed something to basically get engagement in the comments. So yeah, this is a bit of a how is it how do we say that, bad faith? Yeah, that type of thing. I was really just saying things to make sure that people would react and have some comments, so that I can just actually reply and whatever. But yeah, someone right here was agreeing with that. But um, that's a good thing. Um, and then some of my other replies have been so much downvoted that they are not showing up. I understand, but it happens. Someone said that the UI was really good, which is really nice to see. And then someone said that they are using this app regularly, and I didn't know, and I appreciate that. Cat, hi, welcome. How are you? How's the day going? So, that one French person, I'm so sad about this. Um, One French person said that when you select French, they don't see French. And so I was like, that's definitely on Android. And no, that's true. Chris, welcome on in. Thank you for the reminder. I absolutely forgot to press that button. So I see the notification, but I can't hear anything, and you can't hear anything either because I forgot that app to load. I also need to refill that really soon. Really soon. Come on, Aiton. Update yourself. Just launch. So that's the thing. But then I was like, it's really working well on my side. I don't know. So looking at it, and then they were like, I'm on iPhone. I'm on the iPhone 13 Pro, and they sent me a screenshot, and said screenshot shows you that this is in French, this is in French, this is in French, but this is not in French, and the meanings underneath are not in French either. So that was weird. So I made a test. I looked at my phone. I looked at the vector. I looked at the simulator as well, and it works on all of my devices on my side. So I don't understand. I don't know why that happens. Um, so yeah, that's a bit sad. I don't really care because it's French, but it also means that it's probably happened for all the other languages. So maybe that's not good. Maybe that's not good. And so some other people were interested in it, which is really good. Someone said bottom section is overlapping with the navigation, which is what Stony has mentioned 6 years ago, roughly. And I took the time to fix it. It's now fixed. Right. What's the fix? The fix is I need to detect the system UI whatever. I forgot the fucking name. And basically, if the system buttons are set to buttons and not gesture, the entire thing at the bottom just scoop up by, I don't know, 40-ish, 24-ish pixels on the device. And it's not good. I don't like the idea of doing this because it means that it's a very, very fixed value. And if the user has a zoom screen, if like CAD, for example, if the user has a different aspect ratio screen, whatever, it might break. So Android is really bad, but it's fixed. So it should be good. It should be good. Thank you for installing the app. I appreciate it. But yeah, yeah, I should do that. I didn't know that. It's a bit too low, in my opinion, to to be ergonomic, but it's cute enough to be memorable. I think some people will just be like, "Oh yeah, that's cute. That like, I haven't seen this often, and therefore that's in your head." So um, and yeah, that's the issue. But it's nice. Yes, I agree. I agree. That other person had the exact same thing, and then we had the biggest joke of the comments, which uh, it was so funny that I sent a screenshot of that thread to Kat directly. So I said for this one I needed like their phone model to make sure that I knew what it is. But then I sent them like a message saying that I probably have fixed it. And so someone said you should use like Full Story. Full Story is a really good app if you don't uh, know what it is. They basically help you track the user activities on your app, um, on everything, and it's pretty nice. It's a good thing, right? It's it's a good thing to have on your device. However, it brings you some user-based data and some user flows activities that I don't want to track. I don't want to have that. I don't want any tracking in the app. And Full Story is a tracking app. As I mean, it's the plan. It's the goal of Full Story. You need to track your user behaviors. So here, I just said I want to know as little as possible about my users. I don't want anything else than the crash log when there is crash logs, and then I don't want tracking, no user information, no accounts, nothing that basically link the data of the app to any users. And so Full Story is good, but it still has user flows and user behaviors. I don't want to track that. And that person decided to reply, you don't know what tracking means. So I made the best decision of my life to reply to that comment with the most open-hearted reply. Sure. And that's it. And no reply since. And I'm like, we good. Then, yes. Um, yeah. And so, yeah, this is one of the most, like, salty user that we have. And the thing is, obviously, I'm a nosy bitch. And I went to their account, and everything in their account, if you scroll a bit, um, comment has been removed, comment has been removed, um, comment has been removed. I guess this one has been removed and and I think that's a problematic users. Uh, Everything is on political stuff, so I get it, but uh, it might be. It might be based on the fact that that user has been in the app since May 20th, uh, 2025. So, I mean, I can still edit the comment. That's an option. But also, most of the things that we have here that are not like US politics are fatphobic and um, gym-related stuff that are not good. So, yeah. Um, yeah, most of the content that is there is really bad. So, yeah. Yes. Anyways, anyways, other people have asked real good questions, which is really appreciated. And then that person said, "Why should I use this instead of Venture or worse yet, the more popular Anki?" Again, um, I don't know. I don't know. It's not as if it was written in the first fucking sentence. I don't know. So, you know, people not really reading the post is really annoying, but that happens. And then some other person was or is saying that they are building something similar or kind of similar-ish of learning Japanese with like teacher and tutors and things. So, you know, um, that that's good. But overall, the metrics that I have so far is 11,000 views, which is okay. 90% of upvote, which is going down. Like one person has downvoted since earlier today. 55 upvote is pretty good. 50 comments in total, as always. Most of the comments have been getting a reply from me, so there is 25 comments in total, maybe 24, but that's pretty cool. And then in terms of things that have happened, the analytics have bring a lot of, a lot of people, which is good. So that's the post yesterday, and yeah, I mean it's not much. Like 45 visitors is not a ton, but it's still something. And as always, bounce rate is 94%, which makes sense because they basically go into the landing page, click the download the app now button, and that counts as a bounce. So the session is technically going to be 5 seconds. So a good thing. Uh, that is a good thing. So yeah, overall that's good. There is 37 shares. So I don't I don't know where that goes, how much that happens, is if that is counting towards the views. I have no clue. I don't know Reddit. But I have kind of planned other posts to go on Reddit for later, specifically things that are related to uh, personal journey, like not necessarily talking about the app itself, but maybe mentioning it at the end or linking back to that post later. And also, as well, or alongside this, something in the slash entrepreneur type of thing, or I don't know, dev iOS build things to, pump it up. But yeah, um, but that's good stuff. Potentially, I mean, potentially good stuff. I don't know. It's good stuff. Um, it's views, it's knowledge distribution, whatever, and that basically comes before or before because right because on thread I saw someone talk about the fact that they have one day decided to stop chasing the next feature and focused on distribution more. And I knew that that was something that I needed to do. I didn't really have the brain power to do so because I was working on the sync in between devices for iOS. And now that I have the ability, I'm gonna focus on distribution and making sure that people have or more eyeballs on the content, so that I can have potentially more revenues. We'll see. I don't know. Based on the comments that we have here, most of these people that have seen the app and used um, or whatever will not be subscriber. That's probably the case. Um, but you know, we never know. We never know. Someone that buys a dictionary, that's $4. Eh, why not? Kat, regarding the editing or editing, I don't know what you are editing much, but something that helped me edit faster um, is doing clicks. I know. Also, the content that I have is different than the one that you are creating, probably specifically if the one that you are editing is the MSMR. Good job. ASMR content, because that's a bit different. But if it is videos that you really need something, if your mic picks it up, and it will, because if it's ASMR content, you just like if you fuck something, you just you know uh just clap, and that helps. Teacher Eduardo, hi, welcome on in from Brazil. How are you? Who are you? How did you find the stream? Thanks a lot for joining. I appreciate it. Thanks a lot for chatting as well. So yeah, clapping will basically make a spike in the audio feed, and therefore you can um, you know, just see where there is a spike, and then say, well, there is a cut that needs to happen either before or after or whatever. But yeah, going through Twitch and find me. Well, welcome on in. Welcome on in. We do some design stuff around here. I posted my first Reddit post yesterday, so I'm talking about that. I'm building like a Japanese language learning app. If you are from Brazil, I know that we have a lot of Japanese communities in Brazil, so that could be something interesting for you if you are interested in that. But yeah, welcome on in. The also you said what? Um, you said use DaVinci because we usually hit the mic with peaks. Yeah, but that's something. But what's the content? Um, at the Japanese community in Brazil, um, there is a lot. There is a lot of things. So if it's for ASMR, that might be a bit more complex. Um, ah, I don't know enough of the. I don't like ASMR. I'm really not. But Cat is making money out of it, so that's a good thing. Um, you know, wouldn't be able to make money anyways. Um, I think you will make money at some point. You have videos that have like 4,000 views compared to mines that are making like 15 views here and there, maybe sometimes, some days. No good. Um, but yeah, no, the thing that I was thinking about is their script, which, I mean, we've been talking about it before. We just go there. I don't know if it will load the app. No. Yes. Yes, it will. Bitch. 1 second. Then. So this is what I use for editing. Again, I don't know if it's available on Windows. I know that it's available in the browser, and so now I'm using it on the browser, but that's the same thing. They do have something that is really good for the overall editing of text-based content. Every time I have a on, every time I have a like, every time I have repetition in the text, it realizes that this is filler words, this is all of that. And so, you know, that's a very, very useful thing, and it makes my editing way faster. Remove all the pauses, like for example for the video about Stitch, Google Stitch, it or Stitch by Google, the time it took to generate the setting view took about a minute, and in that minute I just decided to not do anything and just be silent. And therefore, the script, when I just dropped that inside of the script, it just said, "Oh, there is a big ass gap right there. Let me just shorten that because it makes no sense." So that's one of the useful thing. However, it's really good for me as someone that just yap a lot in terms of streaming, right? If we're doing some illustration inside of Figma or something like this, then I have time where obviously I'm not speaking, but I'm still speaking all of the time or most of the time. So I'm also explaining what I'm doing in Figma, and therefore you see you see how like things evolve along the way, and so that it doesn't cut it too much. But yeah, it's not the best for silent-ish things. There is a bit more for audio sound or sound studio sound things and other activities that you don't really care about for you specifically. Um, and they have their AI editor thingy that is pretty good, but again, it's not necessarily like uh, the best option. But it is transcript based, and therefore, you know, uh, like I'm paying for the creator things where I have like 30 hours of transcript per month, which is a lot. And I should downgrade because I'm not using it that much anymore. But um, it's free though. Yes. I mean, it could work. Yeah, it could work. The thing is, for ASMR, you might or I might not be able to pick up the the soundtrack properly, and then have like some issues in the transcription thingy. So might not be good. I don't know. But yeah, again, based on the day-to-day activities, you might find a new AI editor for DaVinci Resolve, like a plugin that would give you remove spike here and there. Like there is a spike because you hit the mic, just cut it down or lower it or whatever. It could happen. There's a ton of plugins happening. So um, yeah, yeah, but yeah, that's the thing. Yeah, I've been getting some ASMR Japanese account on TikTok lately, and I don't know. Sometimes it's fine because it makes me, practice. Most of the time, I don't like it. Most of the time, I don't like it. So yeah, so that was the big news. That was the big news. We had this thing popped in, and then earlier today, I forgot to post that video on Wednesday, so uh, it's there. This is the seventh video on the Figma Bootcamp, and next week, if I don't forget, on Wednesday, I will, and Stony, we will be able to update the commands finally to send you to the playlist that contains all of the videos related to the Figma Bootcamp. But for now, one by one, no choice, no choice. I also absolutely forgot that, like I always do. Um, and yeah, so that's good. That's good news. Good news. We will have a playlist. We'll have a good playlist with content that is pretty useful for most people. And yeah, have we have a can right there. Um, so yeah, so that's new. And then on the other news, the thing that we haven't talked about because it was posted right after the stream on Wednesday that when we finished, which is like the letter from Arc and the fact that Arc is basically dead. And most people have been saying that for a bit, but now it is official. Arc is dead. They no, they have decided to officially say it. They haven't worked on it for a fan-ass year, apparently. And they also have been saying that no one has noticed that they haven't worked on it for a year. We all know. And they have been saying inside of this whole thing that they should have stopped working on Arc a year before. So Basically, when they announced Arc for Windows, they were saying that they should have stopped working on Arc when they announced the possibility of having Arc on Windows. So yeah. However, they also say that they have been fixing stuff, um, and like making debug fixes and security updates of Chrome and whatever. But yeah, um, that's a weird thing. Um, anyways, it happens. I think I'm gonna keep it. There is like plenty of things. I have saved some of them into my liked post for today. Basically, are people that are saying, since Arc is dying, here is my version of Arc, you know. But yeah, I haven't tried Zen. I'm not really the biggest fan of Firefox for anything design related. Um, because it's just also that if I'm saying fire whatever, it's gonna count up. um, but yeah, Fire F in design related content, anything that is gradient based, blur based, up to date CSS things, not there. Not there. So no, I haven't. I will probably never go to Zen, and I will probably need to remain um on Chromium based stuff. Because visuals is necessary. However, right? Where you at? There, obviously. I do have somewhere. I just forget where it is. Bitch, brain, where you at? I guess I either have removed them or I don't know, but I used to have all the browsers in one go, and now they seems to have disappeared. So maybe it's because of the latest update of macOS that just removed the uncompatible things. I mean, we have Opera that is here, but we had the others. Anyways, it doesn't matter. At the end of the day, I usually have all of the browsers installed so that I can test in Zen, in Firefox, in Opera, in Safari to see if the websites or thing that I'm building are working in there. And if they are, that's good. If they aren't, I need to fix. But other than that, that's the only places or the only reason why I would install something else. And then Dia seems to be where they want to go, which we knew, which is really sad because they had introduced, as they said right here, they had introduced Max inside of Arc, which is basically the AI assistant thing. And they could have just made Max better to be closer to Dia, but the overall feeling from the dev community, from the designer community about this letter right here is the fact that, you know, it was too much tech debt to overall Arc entirely to make sure that Max was as good as what they had in their mind as the. So yeah, overall, I think this company is going to die sooner than expected, which is sad because I do like Arc, and yeah, nonetheless, so that happened. They really had a lot of bullshit in there, and I don't know how to feel about it. I really hate this. That's how it looks. It basically looks like a mix of Edge and Chrome. So there is no quirky thing, there is no designer friendly thing, and the reason why people have moved to Arc in the first place is because the designers were like, look at how the how you can customize things in Arc. Look at how you can make it your own and a bit more quirky, and you can have like a space for your work stuff. space for your business stuff, for space for your porn stuff because it's big, and it made a lot of sense. It's so useful. And so Zen has the same thing now. I think Chiche has something similar. That's a French browser, which I haven't tried. And so other people are trying to build browsers as well. So yeah, we'll see. Theo T3 Chat has done a video about it and basically made a bit of an assumption of how much money they are spending per month based on this picture, and all of the other things, right? The amount of people that are there, the amount of people that are using licenses based on the company extensive team, all of that seems, based on calculation, they are spending roughly 30 mil per month. In salaries, in licenses, in software, in offices. In New York City, they have an office in Paris, they have an office in somewhere else. Roughly 30 mil per month. Which is crazy. Which is crazy. Anyways. DVD Gamer. Hi, welcome in. How are you? Who are you? How did you find the meal? How did you find the meal? How did you find the stream? Welcome on in. They are not making money. That's the thing. They have raised roughly 300 mil, I think, in total in all of their raising VC-backed stuff. Yeah, they are valued at 520 mil, I think, in terms of valuation from the company. And so, yeah. I see. Study has recommended it. I appreciate it. Well, you might get a raise then. Might. Didn't say yes. Might. But yeah. They are valued. Some of the thing that they have said also is most companies are announcing the raises and the VC money that they have received only when they are about to do a new round. So they have like a lot of money that we don't know about, and then they announce that they have raised so much more money in the past, whatever, and then they ask for more, so that they don't really know or tell everyone how much. So that's basically how they are making money, which is basically they aren't making money at all, and they don't have anything to make money. Like basically the browser is free. The seems to be potentially free. There might be like a subscription for the AI stuff, but we don't really know. I don't have access to it, so I can't test it out. I'm probably not gonna transfer. And the only thing that I'm gonna wait for is someone to basically build Arc, or like not Arc. I don't know, something that is called Bow, because Arc is like a bow in French, but you call your browser Bow and you do the exact same design and the exact same behavior. That would be pretty good. But yeah, I don't know. We'll see. But yeah, that happens. So now we know that the overall thing is the is probably dying. The browser company is probably going to die soon-ish. I don't know how they can raise that much money. And again, some of the thing that we have said is that venture capital and VC money in general is just someone that has hopes and a vision, or is hopeful that the company is going to make money at some point so that they can recoup what they have spent, right? They are giving money so that the company can grow. And then when the company is grown, they are getting it back, return on their investment, all that. But right now, there is a high probability for these people to never get back their money. So we'll see. We'll see how that goes. But yeah, so that's kind of one of the news. One of the news that we had here. We talked about Mercury last time. It's really good. And yeah, so good stuff. What review do you have? What else do you need to review things? It, can you send that again, please? Which is bit, which is a bit shit. Just arrow up and press enter. Oh, DBD gamer. Nice. I mean, I'm not gonna see anything. You posting Discord? Cool. Please do. Please do. Yeah, TBD needs a review. If someone needs a review, please. It is Friday after all. So you said you created this video for Telegram app. Could you review it and give me some feedback? Do we need sound on this? Probably. Probably. You know what? I'm gonna go straight up in there. Um, Interesting. You don't have the sound, but I have the sound. Don't worry about it. You basically just have music, right? So sound is not necessary. Overall, it helps, but it doesn't help. Um, I mean, you can. You just need to export things in PNGs. That's it. Um, so I would say the only thing that is kind of weird for me is the play mockup that you're using in the beginning. Like this one seems kind of odd, mainly because this is the iPhone SE-ish, so it's really like old. And also it's a clay mockup. Clay mockup are a thing that we used to really like in 2014. It's been 10 years. It's been 10 years. Uh, then you have these ones that are pretty interesting, but same thing, you are still using like an iPhone with the notch, and then this one doesn't really have dynamic island type of thing, and then you have your status bar that is underneath where it's supposed to be. Then, like, I get it, right? You're showcasing the ID of the app and the thing that you are trying to build, but in terms of reality checks, um, yeah, eh, no good. No good. Overall, the presentation is kind of repetitive. I would say the fact that you have your mockups either being there, flipping themselves, zooming in, changing, flipping themselves, zooming in, and so on. It feels like you just have like one trick in your overall video editing things. You have this one, which is interesting, but it doesn't show much. Like I would love to understand like the relationship in between the phone and here, because obviously, right, it's a relationship between the two, but I'm seeing the desktop laptop for a split second, and then I'm going there and nothing happened on the laptop. So I don't like, it's a nice change of it's a nice change um of pace in the entire thing, but you know, I don't know. Crosskeys, hi, welcome on in. I guess I kind of know where you're coming from, but how are you? Who are you? How did you find the stream? Welcome on in. Um, So yeah, overall, I think the content is pretty okay. Um, it might it might work. Um, it also feels like you're using all the templates, all the things that you have found to make sure that you have something that makes sense. But yeah, the the music in the background, which you couldn't hear on stream, but it's fine, is a bit much. Um, to me, that might be a me thing. The overall length of the video is 2 minutes and 5 seconds. If you want to post that on TikTok, that's not gonna work. um, like it's probably not gonna happen. Um, other driven websites is finding studio good responsive design beyond. Well, I can help with that. I can help with that. Yeah, yeah. If you need help on responsiveness and you want some reviews, please feel free to just links, talk about that, all that. And TBD, same thing. If you have like link to share, yeah, you can either share them inside of the chat, which is fine, or if you're someone that likes Discord and having like 2,000 Discord servers, Discord and share the things there. But yeah, Chris, overall, I think the video itself could work, could benefit from not being uh, I don't know. There is something that is not working in the flow of the video. Um, as said, like all of these repetition of the animation is kind of much, and then the shots, the switch of shots from views of the phones to views of the phones to views of the phone and the computer, and then just the phone, but the computer is in the background, but then the phone and the computer again, and then just the computer, but then nothing in like a split second might be a bit too much. Uh, so yeah. Um, but I kind of understand the fact that you are showcasing like the history of WhatsApp and what they have shared, right? That's what are the new features that have been posted, have been launched. But basically, that might be like the thing that you're doing at the end might be enough of a um, right of an ID to showcase, like just the timeline and maybe just having, I don't know, 2014 features slide to the next year. And something that you could do, also, I talked about that on Twitter. Something that you could do would be, uh, let me do like a very basic thing. Let's say you have, wait, that's the wrong key. You have this in 120, right? That's your initial element right there. And then you have something that is the screens that you're talking about. And then after that, you have 2015, and then the screens, and so on. Something that you could do is something like this, where you basically have this view on the video that shows you the date. And then you basically just do that. You have a slide where it shows you the screenshot that you had as like one feature, and it just does this like really quickly of a you basically glance over the fact that um, 2015 happens, and then the next features, and then so on and so forth. So 2016, 17, and so on. But it's just it glanced over the date or the year. It shows you the features that have been shared, and then it goes into the next one. So you don't have that in between, uh, like right? That slide is good, but if you just slide it through every time instead of just rewriting the years, I think that would be better. Um, but at the end of the day, it depends on you. Yeah. Um, that's that's the thing. That is the thing. But looking for inspo, most designers only want to show off the best work, so everything I find is the beautiful desktop layout that don't acknowledge smartphones exist or pure apps layout. That's really bad. That is really bad. Yes. I would say my best recommendation for you, Kroskis, would be. Uh, I know. Been talking about it way more lately. Um, the main reason being, if you're looking for something that is a bit more grounded in uh, build, and you want something that is a bit responsive or whatever, you might find more um, in the middle type of things, or more research, more information um, in there. I guess responsive website case study would potentially be a thing. Um, well, basically, in there might be stuff. The main thing is Behance is a way more defined platform specifically for case studies and is pretty good. I have said that in the past, which is I can't say that and then not say anything. Basically, if I don't want to do the research on anything because it pisses me off or I don't have the time, I just go on Behance. Someone has done the research for me on any topic, anywhere, anytime. So you're looking to build a dog walking app. There is a case study of a dog walking app on Behance with research, user interviews, feedbacks that they have received, potential flows, potential features that have been requested, and you can just say, I'm going to take that data and just use it on my site. That is a very much game changer in terms of speed. So yeah, if you're looking for responsive related things to see like the both versions, this is a pretty good option. The other thing that could be beneficial if your website is a website and not like an app on the web, templates. Like, it's probably not your jam, but Framer templates is like pretty good. And because they have like these templates, website templates that already exist, and you can just go there and open them in preview, that you have the website here and you can just have a look. Like, desktop looks like this and mobile looks like this, and I have basically both. I see the micro interactions, the thing that happens on both sides. Is it working? Is it not working? Do I like it? Do I not like it? All these things. I basically have all that I need. So yeah, routine. Not the routine. Yeah, yeah. I mean, they basically what I'm talking about on here. Same exact thing. So yeah, getting access to templates will give you like something similar. I feel like I'm not. Yeah, I don't. I don't think I'm gonna find it because that's mustache or mooch. What the fuck? Yeah. interesting. But yeah, templates are pretty good, pretty useful to get like some inspiration. If that's the case, if your thing is is a desktop app in the browser, this is going to be a bit more complicated. However, the well-documented things are going to be dashboards. It's painful to watch from a designer point of view, but dashboards on Behance, for example, like a responsive dashboard, is right. You're probably going to have the ability to see something that has made the choices of, okay, so we have our desktop app that looks like this, and we need it to be on mobile as well. How do we reorganize our content? How do we make sure that things work? This one might be like a very, very short case study, but overall, right, you have more stuff. Also, some of them have these, which is all wireframes. This is not a wireframe. This is the final design without the colors, but maybe like some research and layout-based content, like maps, all that, to make sure that you have a better understanding of how it works. So, you know, again, Behance, real good. So, yeah. Those are things making me curious about design. Yes. Yeah, you might be able to have like a bit more information about research, which is pretty good. The thing that is a bit sad right now is that Behance has introduced Pro, and I don't know what that entails. I have no information about it. I don't want to know about it. But I don't know if it limits the regular user in terms of what they have access to, or if it's something else. I don't care. But just so you know, it's there. So yeah, there is that. Case studies is going to be really good to check, and then I'm going to use Denny's as always for reference because it's really good. Some people specifically, I mean, not Denny here, but like on Behance will have hints and information about their case studies or their project that is like as detailed as this one, where you start with just how it looks, what it is, and what they have done. And then when you reach a point where they're like, okay, you've seen enough of visual stuff, so here is the nitty-gritty things that happen in order to achieve what we just saw earlier. So that the research, feedbacks, pros and cons, wireframing, whatever. And so on Behance, most of the time, there is a ton of these that will help you to get like a better idea. So yeah, that's mostly a Behance things compared to if you go on Dribble, which is another option. You will usually end up with things like this, where you're like, oh yeah, where's the rest? That's it. That's me. That's my account. So yeah, not much information. So yeah, I understand. Yeah. Um, the if you are playing with Figma, and you don't want to think too much. Again, if you are a dev, you're probably not. But if you need something to take like measurement and whatever, there is a new kid on the block, which is UI.live. And UI.live is a bit more powerful than other websites right now for one specific reason. We talked about it last week. We talked about it this week. We will talk about it next week. Good. So let's say you're here and you are building a landing page and you're like, I like this one. It's pretty cool. Let me click that Figma button right there. And then let me go on Figma and just Command V. And that's it. I have the design that has been shared by someone in my Figma file, editable, changeable, whatever. That's pretty cool. So if you really need something that exists on UI.live, it's not everywhere. It's not everywhere. I know, I know. But if you need something that is available on UI.live, you can just basically copy paste whatever the fuck you have and get something. I closed it too fast. Get something really quickly. So that's a pretty useful website. Again, it isn't better. It is limited in the content. There is not a lot of users just yet. There is still a lot of things in there. And because it is affiliated with the massive UI8 company, which is a company that build and creates UI kits and design resources, you will have snippets here and there of little elements that exist on UI8 that are available by like the creator, like the dashboard, for example, which is a very good dashboard overall. If you have like $90 to spend, do that because it is responsive and that's really good. But you know, there will be like some parts of these that are available on UI.live. Here and there, not everything, but like maybe just the navigation here that they, you know, they have built and it's good and it's working and you kind of need that. Based. Can I copy a specific gradient pattern from one thing to another in Figma? Yes. If you have this, right, you have like that gradient right there and you want it to be on that element right here. You take this thing and you do Command or Control Alt V, then Control Alt V, and it will just paste the entirety of the styling. However, if you just need the gradient, you don't need the corner radius, which is, you know, that's something. You can select this and go close to the edge, like right about, you click on that, it will highlight it. You can do Command C or Control C and just go back here, Control V, it will add it to the fields inside of the element that you have selected. Yes, yeah. Then you can remove the underneath things. That works for everything. So if you had 16,000 tops elements, you can shift click to select everything, copy paste on another platform, another place, whatever. It will just add it. Just know that it adds on top of the existing. So if you have an image in the background already, it's going to add on top of that image. If you have another an existing colors, existing fill, just stack. Um, we had a full stream about config cross keys, and it's shit. But yeah, anything that they have announced is really bad. So yeah, I understand the range. If you are someone that is, again, wanting to build website and you need something quickly, Framer is much better for that. But Framer is really good overall. It's not yet good for accessibility, but better than Figma at least. The Figma site thing is bad, like really bad. But yeah, UI.live is really good for that. If you're looking for something for inspiration and copy pastable elements, that's really good. However, this might not give you that layout or might give you that layout. You don't really know until you try it. So maybe this is like just one single landing page. Maybe it's like the two things. And right, I'm getting the full landing page rather than having this few things. So sometimes in the thing that they have created, you end up with a bit more detailed stuff than others. And sometimes it's exactly what is on UI.live. So, that's good to know. It's good to know. But yeah, that is a really good new website that we appreciate, and there is plenty of content so far. As said, it is brand new, as in it came out, I think, on May 2nd. So yeah, it is brand new. Most of the content in there is either things that are coming from UI 8 or things that are coming from the beta testers like myself. So yeah, I do like it a lot. That's why we talk about it every week, every day, every stream, almost. Um, yeah, I mean, I'm here to help. That's why I'm here. That's why I'm live all the time. So yeah, yeah, Ryan, hi. Well, come on in. You sent something on Discord that you probably replied to something again, but yeah, there are some stuff that we can take a look at if you want to for the emotes. Have a bit of a look of things. A look at, a look see, or something, there. But yeah. So Chris, overall for that thing, I think it's too long for TikTok specifically. If you don't want TikTok, then that's fine. But reducing the slides, reducing the years, and making the animation a bit more interesting, I think a ramp up would be much better in terms of the features. Like right now, right, you have features that just do tick, 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 tick with exactly the same amount of time in all of them. I feel like if you had the first one being kind of slow, and then when you reach, I don't know, 2016 or 2017, you basically just get shorter and shorter views of everything that has been listed, or potentially have them listed um, as a list. Goddamn. That gives you like a bit more of a speed increase type of thing without really emphasizing on each and every features that has been posted, just because most users will never read the whole thing. So yeah, and then the whole chatting with the app, why not? But I don't know. Um, yes, and even me, not using it for myself has made me lost most, if not all, of my knowledge there. So I know, I know. But yeah, uh, the last one, uh, for responsiveness, I don't, yeah, debatable. Lapa or any other, you know, any other landing page related website will give you access to, as the name implies, landing pages, and therefore you will see your website in format, some responsive format. If you are building, again, if you are building like a product or app or whatever software, you will have the ability to just go into one of the sections. So let's say you're building a software and you want to see how it behaves, and just go in there, look for whatever platform exists, and then say, I don't know, I like this one. Um, it it's working, it's good, I like it, cool, whatever. And then, and if you're using Arc or whatever other browser where you can have like a split tab thing, you can see side by side, maybe more side by side, mobile desktop, so that you can see how they have. Okay, so this thing is not entirely on top of the other ones, and then this block of text is a bit more compact. I get it, cool. The video is the same, so that means that on mobile I don't see shit, on desktop I see everything. Perfect. Good job from the designer and the devs. But like comparing is really good. If you don't have access to a browser that gives you split screens, you can just do two fucking windows. But, easy stuff. Easy stuff. But yeah, Lapa is really good for landing pages. I use Maxi Best of One most of the time, just because it's the same but better, kinda. And there is like so many. Like as soon as you have one of these websites, uh, you will find the other ones, but Maxi Best of One is a bit more designer friendly than Lapa. Lapa is mostly like a general knowledge things. Maxi Best of One is one of the designer friendly option, kinda. And then you also have Landbook, which is um, this one, which I don't remember. I think they have, yeah, they have this bitch ass thing for pro version now, so I don't know. Still, here's the link just in case you need it. But they will limit the thing that you can see, which is kind of sad. Again, most of these sites, the three sites I shared, so Lapa, Maxi Best of One, and Landbook, and the others, are going to give you roughly the same content. Some of them have, again, a better eye for design. So Maxi Best of One is going to have something that are a bit more artistic here and there, and more like portfolio, agency websites, things like this. Lendbook and Lapa are basically the same. I wouldn't be surprised if they are owned by the same company at the end of the day. I don't know, but that's the thing. And so in there, you will have access to everything. Just remember, do not click on the images because it is frustrating, and I'm pissed off every time. So if you are on one of these websites and you're like, oh yeah, this looks like this looks cool. If you click on it, you end up with their version of the landing page, which is just the screenshot of the landing page, and you don't see any of the fucking interactions things that happens. So when you're here, you click on the arrows. The little arrows right there, the little arrows right there, or the little link icon right there, but nowhere else. If you click on that, you just end up the same fucking page, and you're like, yeah, what the fuck do I do? Why can't I see shit? So yeah. Also, I mean, I understand, right? They have ads on all the pages, and so it helps them be free. But if you just want inspiration, just click on the icons, and you're gonna be happy after. But yeah, that's landing pages. Landing pages are pretty useful, and we like it. We like it. It's And Stony, no, I haven't. I just posted my first ever post there. And I'm getting notification. I also don't understand this. Like, first upvote, first upvote, first up. What the fuck? Isn't it the third one? Like, it's the first upvote on that comment, yes, but isn't it the third upvote on my post? Um, like, I don't get it. I don't care. I don't get it. But yeah, it has bring a lot of views to the post itself. So that's the thing. And there is porn on Reddit, so that I might stay there, Well, if you have if you have a link to the Figma file, you can just click the share button and then copy link, and then you post it in the chat. That means that everyone will have access to it. If you don't want everyone to have access to designs, you can just join the Discord and drop that in the design related design and help specific thing, so that you can just have them here. Again, Most people will have access to it when they are in the Discord, but you know. And if you don't want them in a Figma file or in a Figma format, and you have like a imager or a snapshot, whatever, light shot, screenshot, you can do that as well. Just share a link in chat. It's an option. It's an option. And TB, thanks a lot for joining. Appreciate it. I see that. Thank you, Stony, for not disclosing this. You know me so well. How did you know? How did you know? Also, if you don't want something to be leaked, make sure that you have all the buyers in place, because I would leak. I mean, I'm leaking my own address every stream. So, yeah. Be careful. Not good. It is not good. But yeah, TBD, if you want to share something, please do so. Nonetheless, we have some reviews of Twitter to do, which, you know, he did. Where you at? Did I miss it? I might have missed it. I haven't missed it. At least it's not in chat. Oh, you gave me the login, so what you mean is there is the link to that site. Yeah, that is. There is, yes. Yes. I can't read, you know that. That's a strong passkey check. I'm gonna continue without a passkey and see things. Cool. And Aaron, thank you for the link to the Figma file. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. Be helpful in a second. How's it going, Mike? I've been developing this application for a bit of a year. Good job. It's product management and planning tool. Interesting. And so in front end. Yeah, I mean, I get it. Cool. So I have worked on a project management software in the past. I have a full where the fuck you at file right there for an older version of the tool from the previous company that was out that has been acquired when we released this, basically. So I have some knowledge in there, and if you're interested, talk about it. Anyways, so project management stuff. You have the little planning items, the menu, planning and task, which, I mean, if it's just 2 buttons, I might have them in right there underneath. That might be better. That's the homepage. We're already there. That's items and initiatives. Controls. Happens. Settings. No. This one, it needs to be a menu. I'm kind of kidding though. Um, but yeah, you would benefit from something like this, similar to something like this, to be on the bottom side, just because you just have nothing there. So, you know, just going faster. Like, you just have a menu that just overlap the content. It doesn't really matter at this point. What type of feedback do you want to have? What type of content do you want to see? Um, it doesn't, Story. It absolutely doesn't. Mm. Mm. Okay, hi. Welcome back. How are you? Uh, no, not really a new mic. There is the AC running, so there is a higher uh, noise cancelling happening. So you probably have a bit of a distortion, whatever. I don't know how I sound. Um, I haven't heard myself, but I'm gonna hear myself. Oh yeah, I sound like shit. God damn. But it's too hot outside, so this another thing. Jonesy, hi, welcome in. Uh, I think After Effects is too expensive in the long term. Blender is free to go with Blender, and then um, if you want to be UI UX designers right now, Figma is kind of dying soon. Not really, but like most designers are going away. So uh, Sketch is good, Penpot is free, but now kinda it's open source. So yeah. Um, but Figma is pretty good. Figma is still good. No, nothing bad about that. And LTD, hi, welcome on in. Welcome back. Hello. The thing that I'm seeing here is each time I'm there and I have total planning items that are 42, I can't click on anything. That's my first flow issues. In progress, I don't know what they are. Like they are 8, but I don't know what they are. The this month 50, fine. And due this week are probably linked to the planning items or in progress, potentially. I'm guessing. So I would flip the completed this month to be somewhere around here and potentially have this in a Kanban view. Roughly, like my home screen being like a Kanban view might make more sense. But yeah, that might mean rewriting the entire app. So I don't, like I'm just giving you potentials right there. At least having a click, something that would say, if I click on 24, I'm going to send you to planning items, right? Because this is like total planning items 24. If I click on the card, I kind of want to go there. You also have like the initiatives. Right now, there is nothing in there, but if you had like the initiatives there as well, I would have a link or a card that would link me to that page as well. Um, so yeah, I think a Kanban board would work much better here. And then for each of the page, for each of the card, you would have the content of the expanded version, right, in the card, in a full screen overlay type of thing. Similar to Trello. Because Kanban board. This might be a bit complex for, um, navigation, but also it is really close to what Jira has, and I wouldn't see the issue. I'm gonna say something that people that have been here for a long time know. You don't, not yet. I'm a big advocate of if it doesn't add anything, it doesn't need to be there. So right now you have pagination, you have two entries. That is useless. Um, I get it. You need it in the code. It needs to have like pagination at some point. But if your minimal entries is 15, also that seems to be kind of broken. But if your minimal entry was 15, and other than that you have like 50, 100, whatever, and the user has less than 15, there is no need for the pagination. Ever. So here, what I would say is, unless you reach 15, there is no need for this. As soon as you reach 15, it would be page one still. So you don't need it. As soon as you reach 16, it's annoying because you would have like another page with one entry. Ooh. But at least the pagination makes sense. One of the things that I would potentially say here is in that drop down that is currently broken, at some point somewhere in the pagination setting to explain how much entry you have. So let me see. I feel like I do have something similar in my selection. I have like an infinite scroll view for my projects and my entries basically here. So the only place where you would have the amount would be this, where you know how many you have selected, and it would be like X amount selected on like 4 selected out of X amount. You know, shit like this. Like Gmail, basically. But yeah. Overall, that's a thing. And then this view is fine. Design wise, debatable, but that's okay. I Shatsi is pretty cool. Tailwind is pretty cool. Really useful. Bootstrap is pretty cool even now. Not gonna lie. The newer version are really nice. So you can move really fast. MUI newest version, Material UI are okay. MUI not good, Material UI like Material 3 and all of that are pretty good. But yeah. Yes. I mean I can see that here. Like there is a bit of a spacing issues right there. Hmm? Hmm? But yeah, no, overall that kind of works. That doesn't though. Ah, okay, so um, there is a bit of a rule in form design, which is not a common rule, but um, most of the time you want to have your form to be as single column as possible and having side to side only when the things are really linked. So if your title and dependencies are linked together, then why not? If your assigned to and assigned projects are linked together, maybe these could be side to side. And then, like that's potentials. But if you could just have your dependencies underneath and just have a scrollable element, that could be an option. Because it's me speaking right now, and because I have eyes, and I'm sorry about it. Um, your elements right there. Why is one smaller than the others? I Isn't that a component? Isn't that an input field? Why? Why? Yes. All your other ones are 41 in height, and this one is 35 for no fucking reason. Come on, not that hard. It's 481 in width, which is good, but yeah. Other than that, it's pretty good. Other than that, it's pretty good. Same thing here. Why are this one drop down with the button as a button and this one as an icon inside? It should be a component. I'm zen. Everything is fine. Nothing is designed by a backend dev. No, 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 no. Nothing happened. But yeah, on this one, I would say the most important thing is going to be making sure that the form works. So technically speaking, on this screen, which is kind of tiny, you have enough space to make everything into one column. And maybe the dependency is something that needs to happen at the end. It's just wrapped up because on my screen it's too tiny compared to your screen that might be bigger. I don't know. But yeah, uh, that's the thing that might be helpful for this specific page. The filters, why hide them? Aww, that's kind of sad. And it's kind of sad, but I get it. Again, cookie dough is good. Cookie dough is good. Don't worry about it. Get something. Just get something out. Cool. So if they are not hidden, that's really good. That button can go the fuck out, which is good. And then you have all of your settings or all of your filters that are pre-displayed so that users can just scroll through, you know. Yeah, also yes. No, no, you know. In there, the view is pretty nice. We don't have much content in the entire thing. What I'm seeing though is that you always have stuff that are clickable to expand, and I get it. Like there is a ton of things that just need to be clicked in order to see more details. But yeah, you went with this as well. So this is a whole debate. This is I've been a designer for 20 years, roughly. A bit less, but roughly 19.5. This debate has been there since I started. And the debate is this. Which direction should we show the thing? We don't know. Is it the current state, which is this is closed and open because I opened it, or is it the opposite of it should show in which state it's going to be? So my usual thing is it shows in which state it's going to be, like a drop down. Like your drop down here is saying you can expand it, and therefore it's going down. And then when I'm clicking on it, it's supposed to reverse so that I can close it back. And so here I would have it going down. And if I click on it, it's opening and then it's reverting to the close me back type of situation. That's an option. But again, there is two schools for this. Most people are choosing one side or the others, and this debate has been there since I was born and probably before then. But you do you. I don't care. But yeah, you have a lot of things that needs to be opened and closed to see the content. I do like the fact that it remembers that I have opened the thing and then it stays open. People. Adding requirements is going to be the same thing, which is really nice. Escape works. Good job. Same thing here. Congrats. Person, I can't click on it. That's fine. Yeah, it seems okay. That page seems pretty okay. The planning page, whatever. Two initiatives that I can't do much about it. Form in one column. Good. We like it. Sorry, 1 second. Nah. Am I complaining about this? Yes, probably. Probably. Okay. So, uh, the bottom section here is 20 pixel and the side section is 20 pixel as well, but your overall visual weight is greater on this side. So you might want to reduce a smidge of your spacing or change the way that your border behaves. This, I mean, you don't care about it. Like, it doesn't really matter. At the end of the day, it's the same thing. It's 2020, which is good, but debatable. Debatable. It's weird. Say channel. Design this. Congrats. Congrats. 87.28 is pretty cool. Yeah, the top has more space. It just visually it looks. I mean, if I'm zooming in, I'm fine. But if I'm not zooming in from here, it looks like it has a bit more space on the side, which is kind of weird. Nonetheless, these are weird to me, and I'm gonna click on the thing that you shared in the Discord in a second. Mainly because I don't know what that is, and I don't know what that does. So, you know, into that. That's a lot of text. Holy shit. Sorry. I have neighbors. Neighbors. Okay. That's that is a different thing. I'm gonna need to take a greater look at Dane Koski's because yeah. Looks interesting. So initiatives, I don't know what that does. I can't really talk about it. That's what happened. And so planning is here, and then task is there, which changes everything and gives you a backlog. Is an icon of a bag. Okay, why not? And a sprint. Oh, no, that no. Um, yes, okay. So you'll be I get it. I understand. All right, I understand. You have. Oh, and now I fucked it up. I fucked it up. Um. Oh. So if you close it here, you can't reopen it. Nice. Um. Because you have your other thing in a expanding down. I was expecting this section to expand down as well. Though Jira, Trello, Bitchance, other things, yes, they do the same thing. They do like trays. So you could use a tray for sure. That's an option. It needs a different background colors. Like it needs something to either separate it from the background or make it like more prominent. I think I have something. I had something. I think I removed it because it wasn't that good. Wait, do I have it? I don't have it. This thing is way too slow. Way too slow. Projecto. There. Yeah, yeah, like that. Uh, this one was a concept. It's not good though. But that's basically what you're doing, right? You're expanding one of the selection to go on top of the content, and yours is way skinnier overall, so that it kind of works. You have these options of either blurring, darkening, or simply doing nothing for the content. I think for you specifically here, you don't need to do anything. It just needs to be a rack that goes on top. But having it with a slight color change, like a aha. Huh? Sorry. 40? Just 4? No. 4? Nah. 10? 10. Just that is enough, right? It just gives you a bit of a separation in between the two, and you understand that this is coming in, like that's another element that is linked to this. Just you know, just a slight difference that you have a divider and you have something, but at the end of the day, it doesn't really matter. It's the same thing. Oh, that's weird. To scroll them. But yeah, that's goddamn, I see things all the time. That's really sad from myself. I know you don't see that, but goddamn. Why are these two fonts not the same color? Or the same bottom padding? Come on, come on. Oh, it's a component. It's supposed to be a component. I get it though. Um, good. Yeah. I mean, it's not just a minor color difference. It's also like a boldness difference. Like this is 14. 14 was 20 pixels, and this one is 16 with a normal like auto spacing. So you end up with something that is not the same size, and I can see that. Though you're using enter, and therefore that's good. um, Same here. Why button not white like the rest of them? I don't know. The clear that you have, what I would say is either get it on like inside of the drop down, or like this, like only when you are selecting. Then, if I'm currently just looking at it, this button is not useful. It doesn't give me anything. It's not giving me any quick thing. Like it is probably unlikely that I need to remove the assigned user in one click. I'm probably gonna drop down and select rather than clear, right? So for me, this one is not necessary. Here, it's kind of the same thing. So I don't know if it's necessary either, right? Because it's just like a status. But if you want to go faster, you could have segment control, if you know what that is. If you don't, that's fine. But it's basically this, right? And you have your 3 options, and if they are like not that long, right? Ready, in progress, complete. That would be enough, like ready for development. I don't care. Ready, in progress, complete is pretty good. So, good. I would have like 3 things, and therefore, instead of having like, oh, I need to change the status, I'm gonna have 1 click, 2 clicks. That's one too many clicks, in my views. It's not much, but rather than having the thing basically open all the time with a segment control, I would be like, oh yeah, this is ready for dev. So it's one click. So you reduce the amount of user steps. That's usually appreciated. Usually appreciated. But yeah. Um, mhm. It basically is a radial field in the shape of 3 buttons, yes. Though it is called a segment control, and I think it is a native browser limit. Now? I think we do. I think we do. Um. Anyway, it doesn't matter. That's a thing. Um. Does our light mode works here? No, it doesn't. Yeah, that's weird. I'm guessing this is something that is going to be fixed in the version that you are sending this weekend. So I'm not going to complain about it. Still going to talk about it though. So when you open the page for the first time, it's closed by default. Then when you click on the task, it opens the task tray. And then if you click on the task again, it doesn't close the task tray. And if you click outside, it doesn't close the task tray again. But then when you close the task tray and you want to, click on the task again, you see said task. Well, I can't. So I don't know. Uh, that's annoying. But the other thing that I'm seeing right here is how do I create a task? So, if you haven't noticed it, it's probably because you either have uh, you either have the thing open all the time and you don't need to close it, and then you just navigate through your different tasks. Because I'm expecting, like, if I'm clicking on task number 2, it changes the content that is here, so that's pretty simple. But you need a button to add a button to add a task for sure. For your backlog, and then your sprint is okay, uh, and then that's a specific sprint view. Same thing as earlier. I'm a big advocate of why add complexity when it's not necessary. If you only have one sprint, why not pre-select the fucking sprint? Just so that the user just click on sprint, arrive on the sprint that is selected, and be good. Or the last sprint that has been updated, changed, whatever. If you have plenty of them, it's an option. Uh, usually speaking, and I know it depends on the teams. It depends on a lot of things. What? What? Uh, oh no, don't worry about it. We are catching up. We basically had 1 year of no counter, so if it's speeding up, that's good. Um, most teams, and most people that are managing sprints are managing 1 to 2 sprints at a time. You may have a manager of managers that has like 5 teams, and therefore they have like 5 to 6 sprints in like undergoing progress and whatever. But most likely, most people are going to have like the current sprint and the next one, potentially the next one, but that's about it. Like, we can't really plan that far, and if we do, it's not necessary to be like that visuals. So because you know how your sprints are going to work, my personal preference, again, this is a very me thing, personal preference here, is to get something that is closer to this for project data and project like tracking. You have a Gantt view where you basically will see all of your sections, all of your things in a way that makes just more sense. So, oh, I forgot, I don't have any of these. To have all the fucking content now, I don't have them. Holy shit. But yeah, like a view like this would make more sense to me to just see how the sprints are gonna butt to butts overlap or good. But I do also understand that the Kanban board is a good option, like it works. So I get it. But yeah, details. Nonetheless, first thing being, Alan, hi, welcome in. Oh, very good. Um, I mean, it would, to me, be better to have the single sprint available selected if there is just one. If there is two, the last one that has been edited. If there is more, the one that is current or the one that is supposed to, be in the current dates, like that's the one that I would see. So, um, I see. That is a skinny bitch. That is a skinny bitch compared to the other ones. That skinny. It doesn't really matter. It works. Like that's the thing. But yeah, for consistency across all of your things, maybe you might need this. This is annoying though. Okay. I think you have too many unnecessary clicks. And you have the hamburger menu syndrome, which is fine. It happens. Specifically, as you said earlier, like you've been a dev for 25 years. So obviously, the things are ingrained and that makes sense. There is a ton of thing that could be just displayed at all times. There is a ton of thing that could be sections and lets you stack. As an example, Stack Browser is a good system for a new browser, which I might go back to just because it's good, that has this thing on the side. And this thing on the side is what they call spaces or environments. And you have like a stack of different pages in a vertical way on the sidebar. Based on what you currently have, here you have one space for tasks, right? Task right here, which has like two options, 2 pages, and one space for planning, which has 3 pages. In terms of space, you can take these sidebar to have 2 things on top of each other, one for planning and one for task. And you could navigate and swipe or switch between the two with something similar to this. So you would have like your initial planning at the top and your task underneath and your other things. So you have everything at one click away rather than technically 3. Right now in this flow, if I'm currently here and I need to go into my sprint, I need to go into planning. Sorry, I need to go into task, so 1 click. Then I need to go into sprint, 2nd click. Then I need to go into select sprint, which right now is an input field, so that's kind of bad. So I'm realizing that I clicked wrongly. So I need to click on the drop down, and then I need to click on the sprint that I need to select, and then I'm good. So I have basically 5 clicks to reach this view, and potentially 6 if I click on that, but that's a detail. Whereas if you had things pre-accessed, or bases, quick access on the side, you would just have 1 click, maybe 2. If you do the thing that I said earlier of if you click on sprint and you get the latest selected sprint, might be easier. I would potentially do that for navigation. They have this magnificent thing. I love this bitch. I'm biased. That is heavily biased on this one. I've used that for 3 years when they came out, and then they decided to become a crypto NFT first company, and I was like, hey, fuck off. What? I like them still. They're really good for inspiration, and they are really good references when you need to have weird ass navigations. So, yeah. Let me read that in a way that I can read. My brain doesn't. Anybody else having a weird obstacles with the taskbar? If you look closely, they are the same height, but for some reason, unless I'm really focusing on the card, it looks like purple bit, 2 pixels shorter. Oh, right there. It is an optical illusion. But yes, there is something right there. Visually, it looks as if there was like a drop shadow that is in there, but it is visual illusion. Yes, 100%. 100%. I see the same thing. So that's something debatable. I see this. I think this is like a note for you, because otherwise, no. I should have a counter on top of my fuck counter for the amount of time that I can read the tasks on this page. Right? Task, 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 tasks, and that's just here. I forgot this one, task, sorry. That's a lot of tasks on this. And as all right. Why is the right side of the screen 73 pixels? Right, 73 pixels on the side, and then 32 on the other side. So that you know, that's the first thing. And then this one is at 16. So you have an indentation of 16 for the content, which is fine. That's okay. But that doesn't match with this, right? 1616 is good, but it doesn't, like, you have a 73 on this side, and then you have a 48 on this side, and a 33 on that side for the tag. Make a decision. Take a side. Choose a value. Do something. Yeah, I think. What? That's That's the thing. This side view right here with the background is a bit lighter than the content, or lighter than the background of the page. God damn. That's good. That's a good thing. You have like a bit more separation with the content, which is the same thing that we saw a second ago with the planning section. Right about. Yeah. Not really right about here. I forgot. Absolutely forgot where it was, but it was somewhere. And it's in the task. I'm just a dumbass. Right there. Sorry. Yeah. So in your sprint, you have a better side section than you have in your backlog. Yes. But yeah. Um that's the thing. Um which I would do as well. Seeing so many things. Seeing so many things I shouldn't see. I mean I should see it. Yeah. Yeah. The last thing that I'm seeing, other than the fact that the fucking light mode is on this side and not next to the logout button on the task section, and it's close to the logout button right there, right? So that um weird. And then the fact that you don't have the settings button when you're in task mode, that makes no sense to me. So yeah. Then you have your settings, users, project, and subscription. You have them as sub pages. I see. I see. Well, maybe I need to retract what I said in the beginning. I don't know. Um, but maybe not. Maybe you just need like a page right there that settings to be a model, a full model on top of the content. I'm a big fan of popover model things if you can, just because that way you don't lose where you are. So if for some reason, let's say I'm right here and I need to add a new project because I remember that it's in the settings for some reason, weirdly. I would have a project page, but whatever. Um, right now, I basically need to lose my spot, go into my projects, add a project, which is currently a model, and then save that to have the project in the view. Whereas if it was like a model on top of the whole content, I would just do that and then close. And when I'm back here, I would have my project listed in that view. That could be something interesting. In the potentials, you may see, I think I have one that is a project management page on this one. Somewhere around. Not really. I mean, I have the HR management, which is similar, but not necessarily the same thing. Oh, that's cool. That's really cool. Yeah, that's good. Um, yeah, I want things to be accessible wherever. Um, yes. So the light mode versus dark mode debacle that happens all the time. We designers, devs will like dark mode for everything as much as possible. It just makes more sense. If we can dark mode something, we would. However, the demographic and the people that will use the app that you have, which is currently set into project management and, well, managers of teams, they might not be the people that have dark mode enthusiasm. And so in order to decide if you want to have or not have dark mode as the first thing in your app, you need to check who is going to use your product. If there are people that will, by default, use dark mode, then dark mode first is pretty good. If not, then not. So based on that, if you do some user research and you check like with the existing potential user base that you have or beta testing and all of that, you might be able to say, what do you like? Do you like dark mode or light mode first? What's preferred for you? You send a poll, do that on Twitter, you do that on Blue Sky, you do that on whatever you fucking want on stream, and then you have your data. So yeah. Will AI replace dev and designer? Yes, but no. But yes. Josh. So yes. Um the designers and dev that are entry level are going to be replaced. For sure. But the designer and dev that are going to be fixing what the AI is doing are going to be needed. So at the end of the day, no, but also yes, kinda. In order to avoid you being replaced by an AI, like get good. That's about it. I know, I know, groundbreaking. But yeah, no, if you get good, you probably gonna be good and kind of safe. Um, but if you have like better understanding, then yeah, it's a good thing. But thing as well is if you have the ability to um, explain what you need to have and use AI in your daily whatever workflow it is, you have a greater chance to be hired as a AI enhanced junior designer, junior dev, mid-level designer, dev, than someone that doesn't. Someone that is resistant, that doesn't want to use it, that doesn't want to have anything to do with it, and doesn't want to embrace the tool that it is. Yeah, that's going to be a bit complicated. So if you just want to keep your job right now, it seems that it's better to just say, well, I'm just going to use AI in my daily life, in my daily task, and then be good about it. But yeah. So the no, don't worry about it. That's why I'm here. The overall, I would say the navigation would be better if you had everything on the sidebar accessible by default, or in the top bar, whatever you want to put it. Making sure that your settings is available everywhere, making sure that your behaviors are consistent. So again, from here, if this is like your own page and this is your dashboard and you want to have something like, I don't know, like this, where you see the task, your whatever is going on, what is currently happening, whatever things are growing. I don't fucking know. Like it depends on what you want to have. I would have this here, but then I would still give myself the ability to click on the card to go directly into learning items, right? From here, I click on the card, I get there, it makes sense, whatever. From what we said here, that's the same thing. You said that this is fixed in a new version, so that's good. Every and all models with a form, please make them the same. I do. You can see that on my face. That's what I do. Um, if I could get paid to just do that all day in every company, which is basically called consulting as a designer, I would. I would. I just can't market myself doing that because it pisses me off, marketing. But yeah, so yeah, that's the thing. So your model should be the same ask yourself the question every time. That's gonna be the thing that's gonna help you every day. Can I simplify? Is this click necessary? Is gonna help you. So I'm here. Is it necessary for me to click to open? Yes. Could I not just click on the full bar rather than clicking on the icon itself? That might be better for the user, right? Like, instead of being like precise in where things are going to be clicked on, just allow for click on everything, unless you have stuff that are like editable from the cell, that table view, in which case, like if I click on this, it gives me who's assigned to, and I can just change that, in which case, whatever. But if it's like not editable, which is the case right now, why not just give me the ability to just click on the fucking title and just expand it? We haven't checked this, but that's the same thing. Like if the phone can be like consolidated into one way that is the same for everything, that would be appreciated. And then just making sure that, you know, every time you need to click on something, it needs to be necessary, right? That's the thing. Your current behavior here, based on the fact that it has so much sub data, I am biased. Take that into consideration when I'm saying the next sentence, but I would rather have an opening of the tray, which is itch right there. Whereas you have all of your projects, you click on one and it just opens as a tray on top of your content. And so you don't have that tension of the cells. Just open the rack with sub navigation at the top. Would be basically all of that. And that would give you, in my opinion, a better overall pitch. A better overall like content navigation for the users. But yeah, that's a bit of a debate. And again, this is a rewrite. So I understand how complex it might be to, you know, re-enable something or rethink a full system and a full layout change. You know, might be better. Might be better. Also, it might be, I don't know. Yeah, I mean, I appreciate that. I need to be here when I say that because, yeah. Similar to the thing that we have done with Stony for No Mercy and ensuring that the app is better accessible and better design overall. Kira, hi, welcome on it. Hope you're good. Have a good luck. Do not blindly follow what I'm saying. Have good design directions, and I have overall knowledge of how things should work. But if something doesn't work with exactly what you want to do, don't just follow me because I said so, right? I have the knowledge, but I don't have all the knowledge of the use case that you have, of your target audience. I mean, kind of for this specific product, I kind of do because that's the thing that I've worked on for 6 years. Overall, like there are a ton of things that I don't have access to, and I don't know. So that's something to take into consideration, making sure that um, what I'm saying is mostly behaviors that I've noticed in the past, but sometimes they don't really align with your vision of the tools, with your vision of your market, and with the vision of the use cases that you have. So yes, context matters for sure. But yeah, that's a thing that you need to have into your head, mind, whatever, when it happens. Um, but yeah. One of the letters at the bottom left. These are active chatters. So if you know who's speaking in what order, which is right, who's active at what point, um, you can write things, which means that with Stony, we usually write as all the time, because I would have something said and then stream element said something as well. Main event said something and then I drop at the end and we have some ass all day. All day. It's really good. Really good. We appreciate the ass. As always. We have a lot of sax as well. For many reasons. But yeah. So with you we have S, T, K, T, we have two T. We could have some TDs. J. Yeah, that was so close now. So close. But yeah. So, so that's the main thing here. For this view, I would mostly have this as a rack. That makes more sense. I would love to know what that does. I don't get it. I don't get it. Um. So yeah, and then centralizing the overall navigation would makes way more sense to me. Um, I don't know. Is it rigged today? Might be rigged. I don't. Everyone's dropping at the same time. Are we about to bounce onto each other? Maybe. You know what? That works. That works. It just works. Second. Yeah, that notification is debatable as well. Anyways. So, yeah, it stays for a while though, which is appreciated. Well, have a good meeting. You want to come back after? Come back after. And as always, if you want to come back later in a few days when you have a new version, you have implemented some of the things that I would love to see the changes. And if you don't have the time to catch a stream, send that in the Discord. That would be highly appreciated as well. I love to see the update. I have so much more stuff to do, but because you are not going to be here, I'm not going to talk about it much. Yeah. But yeah. Good job overall. It's really good. It works. So that's what matters. It needs to work. So that's a thing. That is a thing. So this is a lot of text. That is a lot of text. Let me open these in the browser if I can. I just wish we could just open all of them in one go. Discord, just all of them, just in one go, just in one go. I can zoom in, which is pretty appreciated. Or And oh, my nemesis, text. Um, I'm using Cloud Closed Caption. Cloud Closed Caption is going through the loud closes caption. No, Cloud Closed Caption. I think the AC doesn't really like it. So that's something. But yeah, it's a pretty neat plugin that basically goes through the Google API, and apparently it is free. Thing. I mean, I'm not paying for it, so it's probably free. It's free to use in OBS for sure. Um, there is like plenty others that do the exact same thing, but yeah, this one is pretty good overall. The ah, did I save this one? I don't know. There is a new version of something that is extremely similar um, that you could run on your machine that is another AI type of thing that has text transcription um, with low latency, and it's free. It's an open source version of that. So yeah, probably, Tony, probably. No, I can't do that because I can't read it. My dyslexia doesn't allow it already. So no, not gonna happen. All right. So can you stop? Thank you. Unfinished mobile first more couple of future folder rebuild. Product is missing a lot of stuff, which is why stuff is overlapping. I see. Didn't folder. I'm gonna shut the fuck up. I can't speak and read at the same time. Brain doesn't allow it. 1 second. Um, mm. Are you French? Sadly, as well. I kind of sort of something else. Uh, mhm, I see. I asked because of uh, Elle is a magazine in France. So yeah, um, it's a new French game. What the fuck? Yeah. Oh. Um, what? Yeah, that's what I guessed. Uh, I like that concept. It's similar. It's not similar. It is similar to what I have saved in page 7 here, uh, which is right here. Like this is a not similar type of website, which has still cleanness and still new design trend, but keeps that non-regular layout. It is really good. I forgot the link, so I can't give you the link. I'm sorry about it. Uh, I wish I could. I have the link. Yeah. If you just want to look at it, it's really good overall. Like the website is really nice and it's pretty simple. The thing that I had in mind is the map of metal. I don't know if you are old enough to remember this. Um, Map of Metal is one of the very, very OGs websites there. And in terms of how it works, I feel like it's kind of similar to what you wanted to have. For those of you who don't know what that is, it's basically, well, a map of metal genre, and you can navigate like Google Map is doing, but you have the branching in between genre of metals and how things have evolved into different types. As soon as you click on one of the section, you have the ability to play some of the songs that are related to that genre, so that you know, liking it, am I not liking it, I don't know. But yeah, it's really cool. It's some of the first website that I've kind of discovered on the internet, and it's fun. It's a bit laggy though, because I think it's still made in all the tech. But yeah, nonetheless, this is cool. I don't know. Buy a new chain. And do that again. Do that again. So, half done scruffy because it's stretching. Design ability. If I see it, basic Figma shape is because it's a placeholder. I see. Cool. So, project. I'm guessing this is the home page. This is your blog, and then the project. Fine. So, I like that header. I think it's pretty nice. It kind of work. As you said, it's non-conformist. So that kind of works. This section, debatable. Because it doesn't stand out like this stand out. This looks like a non-conformist thing, which is pretty nice. This is too clean. It's too clean. And this is pretty nice. So that's neat. The copyright at the bottom is really clean as well. It's similar to what I have in my end screen. So I do like this. This is fun. It reminds me of some of the stream-related stuff. Obviously, yeah. Also, Pinterest has changed their fucking page, and I hate it. So in my stream-related stuff, I'm saving like a ton of portfolio-related views, and some of the thing that we have here might be great references for you. So let me see where these are. Bitch. Not in that stream. Cool. Anyways. So this one is kind of similar. It has like a bit of a organic feel. If you take the elements of it, you might be able to add something similar. So it has signatures, it adds a font that is handwritten fonts, and then it has some regular sans serif fonts here and there for the most important parts. But you have already some of these stuff in your design, so that could work in terms of having your project as Polaroid previews, if that's a thing that you can do, and then you have like some tapes and shit here and there that could help. But this one is pretty similar to what you already have in terms of concept, but different design. Same thing here, just like a more organic font on top of something that is a bit more designed, cleaned. But the rest of the site might not be good for you, but that organic font might work. And then same thing here, these sharpie element might be good. There is a ton of things that I am 100% like attracted to in terms of design style, and you might be closer to some of the than that, but if you can pull that off, that's pretty impressive. What? How good would that be? God damn. God damn. That's a nice still from the Spider-Verse. For sure. For sure. I went way too far. And so these are cool. I'm a big fan of stickers. Like I put them everywhere. You have them on my RB screen and so on. So you could have some stickers here and there inside of the design that you currently have, and do have somewhere. I really need this shirt, by the way. I mean, it doesn't matter, but if you just want, give me a gift, buy me this. I love this shit. Stuff like this might work. Like, it's still clean, but that's fun. Like, it's easy. Oh shit, that's a fucking Telegram export. It's an easy-ish thing, but it's a mix of the current really clean design plus the grunge-y thing that you want to add. So yeah, we like it. We like it. You know. And then these fonts, I kind of saved these for a while back now to add it to other projects, but these are pretty natural, grainy, grungy fonts that is more organic, and you can 100% get that and put that into your designs for sure. I think this portfolio was pretty cool as well. It's also what bring this. We have that one. All of these things, these teeny tiny illustration that you can make on like an iPad, if you have on a piece of paper, scan them, take a picture of them, could be really useful for you, for sure. For sure. And same thing here, that would be absolutely good for the type that you have. I'm looking for one specific that I know I have saved. It's I'm sending you to in the ground right after. Yes, for sure, brain, thank you. I'm seeing that some of the illustration that you have on the site are, I'm guessing, AI made. So I'm guessing you're not opposed to AI generation for illustration. I don't know. I'm not the biggest fan, but you do you. If it works for you, it works for you. Not the one. That is not the one. These might work for sure. For sure. What the fuck is it? Ah. Oh, I see. So you took media that is now used as reference for AI, that is basically free to use. That's pretty cool. My bad for assuming. My bad. That's on me. That is on me. I just saw an icon and I was like, that's cute. Of course, I liked it. Well, I think I like this fucking thing way too long ago, and I'm not gonna find it because I'm looking for it. The usual thing. The usual thing. I'm looking for something, can't find it. It's also been a while since I've seen it. Um, and also most of the research that I've done for the latest client has been mostly like cyber stuff. So, ah. And now we are in architecture, which means that I'm not going to find it. Anyways, um, this is an interesting one as well. I feel like it would work for you. This is a portfolio that is grungy and very illustration based. So something like this is cool. Maybe it has some stuff in there that are interesting. Some of them are not necessarily the type that you want to have, but the way that they are presenting their project and the content might be good. So take a look at this. I just clicked on that because it's cool, but that's it. So it might be a bit too clean and a bit too cyber for what you're trying to achieve. But, you know, it's there. This one, font specifically could work for the titles and thing that you have in the top section of the page, specifically like this version. Again, that might be a good idea, but I don't know how much it costs. So, if you can find a font, find a font. If you can find a font that is similar, find a font that is similar. Um, but that's a design option that you can have. This same thing. This is basically just a bit of a potential. I feel like it might be too clean again. It works because of the grungy slash textures background, but it's also very clean. There is no effects, no things here and there. Stuff, brain. Thank you. If you are here and you like, I don't know, need to have something pitch that is tiny b, put that in 80. Let's use Batoni. Yes, whatever. Batoni fat. Nah. Cool. This is an option nowadays based on Figma's update. You could get in and add a texture, add a bit of a noise to the element, but adding a texture is going to potentially give you things, to make fun stuff, right? That was just added. That was just added in the latest config thing. So if you just need like a bit of a, bit of a wobbly font, you can. So maybe that would be a good thing to add. It's basically right there in Figma. You have the effect, you have the thing, and then right about now, if I mean not if, but like one of the newest thing that is pretty common in the design community is basically saying you have something with like a 25 and I think it's a 75 here, and then on top of that you add like a layer blur that is somewhere along the line of this, in the other direction, blur first, and you have what is called a cloud. Yes, so you can create cloud based on all that you have, and therefore you could have something that match if they take, like, if both of these text layers were saying bonjour, very French, they work together and they will expand and they will match with whatever you want to make. So that's an interesting thing. I'm not saying that it's good, but it's an interesting thing. So So, you know, if you use Rubik, use Rubik. I don't like it because I've used it too much. But yes. So these fonts, if you find them, for example, you can add like a bit of a grainy thing, you know, texture on the edges by just using the new Figma features and be good with details. Same thing here. Like this is a very common pattern of the stuff that you kind of want to do. So I'm guessing your best potential is going to find the best handwriting, the best scribbles, Sharpie font that match with your vibe, and then if you like Rubik in the background, use Rubik for a thing that is going to be scribbled above or on top. So shit like this is really nice. Once you arrive on this page and you just have to scroll, there will be like a lot more stuff as references in there that will just good. So maybe take a look. Maybe take a look. So all of these with the idea of doing shit like this will be pretty good, right? So overall for this thing, you already have a font right here that is pretty nice. You have this as well. And if you don't know already, you might do because of what I'm seeing for the name right here. IndieGround is one of the websites that I use because it's good and because they have a ton of freebies. In there, you have, well, again, a ton of freebies, but you have a ton of textures, markers, letters, effect for your fonts, and so on. And so for your textures specifically, yeah, maybe you need more. Maybe you need more. Like if you needed like plastic stuff, they have this entire thing in the freebie section. There's a ton of, well, the freebie section. There is a ton of graffitis. There is a ton of textures, including the plastic, one of the plastic versions that you can have and add. And one of the things that I would say is most of the time, they don't talk about it, but most of the time, the fonts that they are showcasing and they are giving not available here. Like if I go into font here and I go into, I don't know, Air1 or New Wake or whatever, these are paid font. This one is $19. Like, it's free. So if it's for personal use, you can get them all for free. We like that. We do. We like that. And there is plenty. Not all of them have a free version, a demo free version, but most of them do. And you know, it could work. They don't have like a ton of fonts, so that's a thing. But yeah, like for you specifically, I would say maybe New Wake is pretty good because it's kind of heavy. Advocate is interesting for a bit of a dated feel for some titles here and there. And then, yeah. Creative Market is the place that we go every time. The font section is massive, a bit too massive. Like my dick. No, a tad too massive at times, but they have like so much stuff that are really good. So if you want like graffiti type font, or if you want something that is or something that is more like marker related, you will find something in there. However, Creative Market is paid content. Always, the internet is the internet, and whatever you can find on the internet for a price somewhere is also free somewhere else. I don't know where, but you didn't hear that from me. And if you find one that is pretty cool and that works for you, you might be able to do so. Case in point, Blaster that is from in the ground or available in the ground is currently $20 here, and you don't have a test version. But you know, if you just go on indie ground, you will have it for the demo version, and you will have it for free. Legally speaking, you already obviously have the option to do it illegally, but you know, for legal reason, I said nothing. Um, so that's a pretty good thing. That is overall like a nice references, and some of the things that I have said, and I will repeat myself every time. These platforms, specifically creative markets, specifically for font, give you exactly how the creator of the font envisioned the use of the font. So Comic, which is one of the font that we use all the time, they said, well, this is something that we have created. And then this is how the creator said, this is what I think you should use this font specifically for. Branding, art styles, posters, whatever, but it's something that is like expressive. Whereas if we go into, I don't know, one, for no reason, that's a poster, that's a poster, that's a poster, that's a poster. You get the idea. Like that's pretty useful. Other thing, don't do this, but do this. If you don't want to pay full price for fonts, there are font bundles all the times. And these right here, these ones are not exactly what you need, but maybe in there is one that you like a lot or two. And as long as there is like more than one in there that you like a lot, $21 instead of 19 for each. Pretty cool. So yeah, specifically like this one, for example, is a pair font option. So you get the stylus version scripted and the serif version that you can mix and match. Yeah, cool. So, and there is like 512 fonts in total. So that's a lot. Again, don't do it. It's expensive for your computer, not for your wallet. Yeah. But here you have Rubik. I think if you had like more textures, more things, that might work. Going back to Rubik specifically, they have added, in Figma specifically, they have added a ton of Rubik version, which I think you have used this one here, but like you said, because you like it and because you already use it, these 60,000 fucking version of Rubik, it will be your best friends because they work and they are unified and all that. You might need like a different font for the text, not the titles, but all of that is pretty. It's pretty nice. It's pretty nice. Yeah. That's interesting. On here, I understand. Like it needs to be kind of. That's out of nowhere. It kind of need to be standardized in a way, but that might be too standardized. Maybe. one of the things that I recommend at times is math random. offset rotation or rotation offset. I'm Swift UI code usually, but it doesn't really matter. With a range of -2 to 2. So you have like 4 degrees of rotation, and page loads, it just picks one. So every time the page is reloaded, there will be a bit of a slight difference on anything. That sometimes helps. So, yeah, I get that. Get that. There is a need for like still, right, cleanness in these things, because they are like templates that will be used and reused for each project. However, if you have the means and the time and the energy to build specific pages, specific layout per project, 10 out of 10. Much better. Then yeah, that's pretty cool. I see. That kind of works. I feel like the UX tools design is similar. I mean, similar. Yeah, hear me out. It's not similar. It's really clean compared to what you are trying to achieve. But some of their details, like the illustration that they have made for the pictures, like for covers and all of that, with the grain, with the textures, might good for lenses for you. So, you know, take a look. Why not? But yeah, these things kind of works. We were supposed to go through the entire thing, but we didn't. But yeah, dang. You know, might. The question for you would be, what are you using to deploy Dane? Based on the fact that, as stated right here, you'll probably have that on your own and have your own domain and step that on your own, and not use like a thing like Framer for sure. So get it, but you know. The other thing that I was thinking about is, other than the teas that will be on my feed at all times, because you know it's my feed. Some of the people that I'm following on this one, is it this? But dang, don't click on these. Like, oh, you can't see that. I haven't liked these ones for a while though. I might take a bit for me to find one. I just need one though. Just one. I know you can't hear that. I can't find it. Where you at? If only I could search. If only I could search. You know, it would make sense. Way more sense. There is one person in Changshu, which is the Chinese version of TikTok, Instagram, Pinterest mix. that is doing some portfolio reviews, and most of the portfolios that are presented, I would say, are kind of uncommon, I would say. And lots of them have designs that are similar to the thing that you're talking about and that you're trying to create. So these might be pretty good for you as references if you can access the platform. And just send you that here. I'm gonna go over some of them in a second. I just need like a second one. It's not it's not the profile that I'm looking for, that I was looking for specifically. But this one works as well. So use Dan. We could use Dan. Haven't seen them for a while though, so also a lot of titties. For no reason. No reason. Yeah. I guess. We're gonna be good with that. This one? No. This one? No. Yeah, fine. So if you can access it, access it. It's pretty nice. But this website, this account specifically will show you portfolios of people. The way that they do is basically a recording of the website or recording of the PDF, and you will have a bit of a better understanding of the content and what they have created. And so overall, in there is like some designers that have thinner aesthetic. Some of them have a different aesthetic, like more up to date, and so on. And so this entire thing of getting your inspiration from different part of the world is going to be much more interesting. So you said that you wanted folds and wrinkles and things. That might be an option. This one is a bit limited. It's a bit on the top, a lot of stickers, a lot of things, but you know, that is a potential you can 100% add to your overall layout and overall inspiration base. And this specifically, this account is really limited in terms of what is in there. And I wish I could have more. I don't. Yeah, like there is plenty, and on Junction in general, there is a lot of content that is, at least from my point of view, from what I'm seeing, that is related to design, because that's what I'm looking at most of the time. But also, I'm on gym related content, so I have a lot of titties, a lot of ass, for no reason. For no reason. But yeah, again, the inspirations from these platforms way more interesting than anything else that you will see, because it's just, it stands out. It's a different culture, different things. So yeah, we do like it. For some reason, a lot of people are in France, and I don't get it. I don't get it. So yeah, these are just references that you can take and use it. And all day. But yeah, overall, this is pretty cool. This is going back to your screenshots. They are good in terms of layout. It's pretty nice. Content might need a bit more stuff, but might be for later. I don't know. Yeah, I didn't read shit. I think Yeah, you might get a lot of good. Uh, yeah, yeah, you might get a lot of good references into branding and packaging um, references. So when it comes to branding, right, lately there is a ton of folio and holographic content because it just makes sense. And so I have like a ton of these, but also these are very clean overall. The branding that I like is usually pretty clean. So that might not necessarily work for you, but what I'm seeing and what I'm saying for the packaging related stuff is most of these might give you a lot of inspiration for how to organize your layout for the header of a project, for parts of your project. Specifically, you can use like a label as reference to make your project description, like shit like this, for example, would be pretty good, which is similar to the one that you have for who you are and what you do, like your purple E section. Um, right? Could be useful. So all of these references for from packaging labels, um, bottles, layout stuff will probably help to get different IDs. And one of the reasons why I'm always recommending designers and non-designers to get inspiration from places that are not design related, or when I'm saying design related, it's like non-UI related content. You are only taking your inspiration from other designers' portfolios. You are going to create a designer portfolio, but you want something that stands out and something that is way more grunge and organic and human made. Maybe packaging makes a lot more sense for you. Like some of these are extremely thick and simple. Some of them are really grunge and destroyed and different. But yeah, for references, I think this is really good. So do that. Do that. The last thing that I don't want to touch on, not really, but kinda, but it's necessary. As you said, your current design is mobile first, right? You haven't really touched the desktop, and that might be a tad complex to figure out. Um, so going into your torn paper textures from Indiground, for example, if you can find them, um, going into these examples, the tape, the the whatever that might help you to get like a bit of an idea of um, how things could be used in full screen. Because right, you could have your title like this, so you know that's a potential ID. Um, and if you do, and you have that as an option, um, then you should be good. But yeah, you kind of need to think about it and take a look at stuff. Again, Indieground is a very good place for all of these resources. It's on the internet. There is a version that is free somewhere. And if you're looking at Figma stuff specifically, inside of the template and tools, you might have uh, paper textures in the community tab where you will find them. Um, and you can use that. These are mostly free. Not all of them are free, but most of them will give you like something that is already inside of Figma that you can just, use. Pick up, copy, paste from one file to the other, and then be good with it. Going back to what we said earlier with like the new effect that Figma is giving us, we will have the ability to get things like the edges of cards with different textures, different things. And so there is, bitch, that's the wrong key. There is nothing that stops you to do rectangle 1 and rectangle 2, and then move that up, add this, like add an effect on this one with a texture, and make sure that, I don't know, maybe it goes inside instead of getting just outside. Then you can just place it at the top, and that gives you like a torn paper texture that is at the edge of your content without needing to get like a full torn paper texture things, and it just took 3 seconds, you know. Yeah. But once you have this, well, it's working. So, oh, that's cute. Uh, yeah. So if you have SVG mask, this is an SVG mask that you can use to, just and let's say that it was like a bit of a told paper right about here, and it's a bit of an S shape, not necessarily straight paper, whatever. This is your mask for the edge. You know, 3 seconds. Like it's really, it's not perfect, obviously. Like the tone paper wouldn't have like small bits that just float, but just want like the aesthetic and don't really don't really care. Um, don't tone paper. So that's an option. But yeah, based on that, I think mask would be used and pretty useful. The other thing, you want weird ass stuff, right? If you want weird ass stuff, um, Modify is used to be, because now it has been acquired by Figma, a very nice tool to create graphic design that is animated and interactive in a way, but within a Canva that works on the web that is pretty lightweight. But this is a very interesting thing that you could use as, textures, effects here and there for like bit like this, for example, that kind of dispersion here and there. That's a thing that you could use. It's a pretty nice tool. It's really easy to grasp. The UI itself is familiar enough, a bit complex here and there, but it's fine. It's fine. So Modify is pretty cool. The other one is Unicorn Studio. Um, Same thing. This is WebGL overall, and you can do so much shit in there. Most of it is really shiny and looking and all that, but you can do plenty. So if you want to go into dither effect, if you want to go into shine, uh, transitions, oh, that's a new one. Shit like this. It's crazy. So all of that is available and can use. Have a ton of content. It's pretty nice. Need to redo my header for sure to use this instead. For reference, my header is this. So I have like a very, very similar thing. But yeah, Unicorn Studio is really good. Do other than that, I think that's about it. The new one is Paper, but Paper is kind of trash right now. Sorry, Paper. I love you, but I don't love you. Um, like they only have uh, basic shaders, and they are creating well shaders. That's the goal. The main point for paper design is shaders, and you have the ability to just build more or less things with, um, you know, well shaders. So it could work. It could work. I think it's good, but it could work. Like you could 100% get yourself with other things to get like some textures here and there, get some noise and other effects. So yeah, um, yeah. It's I sorry. I can be overwhelming at times. I have so many information and I have so many website references that I can give you that yeah. uh, yeah, sorry about that. I get it. It's getting the inspiration and getting the ideas is the most complex things. Um, and when I'm working for myself, I hate it and I can't do shit and I can't find ideas and I can't figure out what I want to showcase in pages and build my own case studies and things. But as soon as it's for someone else, for some reason, I have all the IDs. I have all the information. So I know the references and whatever. So yeah, yeah. Um, yeah, not not the best. Yeah, IndieGrind is pretty good. There is like LS Studio as well, or LS Graphics, that is going to give you more clean overall aesthetic for most of the things. So if you have like a project that needs to be displayed in regular rendering, we'll do that. Love their stickers. Love their stickers all the times. Um, and one of the main reasons why I'm not talking about them most of the time is because it's way more expensive and it's way less expensive if you go for the like $10 a month, but then you forget that you have this thing for $10 a month. So that's kind of bad. Other thing that I'm looking at and I'm kind of haven't mentioned, it's the same thing for in the ground. Most of these things are going to be Photoshop files. So pirate Photoshop, yes. I'm not telling you to buy a license. No, 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 no. Not happening. Pirate Photoshop. Um, it's made. I mean, it has been built to be pirated anyways. So do that. Yeah. Um, yeah. Uh, most of these things are Photoshop based, and therefore, some people it's a bit more complicated to get access to it because yeah. Also, that makes no sense. Hate it. I hate it. Don't. I'm doing the same thing, right there. But
Mom?
don't. I need to remove it from parity deal because the French should pay more. I'm French, by the way. Most people don't know that. Um, But yeah, LS graphics is good. There is like another one that has a very, very, very cool cat, which I follow on Twitter, but I forgot the name, so I'm not gonna check that out. And yeah, um, is it empty? Yeah, it will be much soon. So one thing that I would say with LF is um, double letters are really, really hard for people. Uh, so, like, for me, for example, AAOA, because I'm presenting myself as AOA, but there is two A's in the beginning, most people, if I'm saying like AOA.design, AAOA.design, and the first two are missed. And just AOA.design is way too expensive anyways, so that's not an option. But if you have LF and you need to say two L's, two F's, like that might be complicated. Um, so that's the thing. Nonetheless, at the end of the day, most people don't bid out random shit and say that's my URL. No, but if you can limit that, that's a good thing. I don't know if you are familiar with Future, the YouTube channel that is for designers mostly, but for business and designers. It's the future without the E, and they talked about it extensively over the years, saying that they always have to specify it's the future without the E. Like R at the end, no E at the end. And that's the thing that just is annoying because someone that just remembered that it's called the future will type thefuture.com. And thefuture.com is not um, the right website. So, as much as possible, when you're building your domain names, if you can get something that is unmistakable, do that. But at this point, you can't really do that anymore. So, for example, if I go to AOA live, right, it, it exists, but it's kind of dead. If I go into AOA.design, I have my design site. If I go to AOA.studio, I have my agency site. But I basically have all the extensions, and because my initials is AAOA in total sense, but same thing. I have the issue when I need to specify that it's a double A in the beginning. So, thing to take into consideration and to get it in your thinking hats, for sure. For sure. I don't have .zip, no. I was debating having a .travel again, and the .sexy as well, like Gleb. Gleb has a .sexy, and I mean it's an amazing URL. It's an amazing web icons. Like, you know, I you know, it's nice. It's nice. But yeah, um, yeah. The thing with .lol for me is that either your website is a joke or you are a league player. That's it. Like, It's the same thing as the people that have .xyz. And I'm like, yeah, so you couldn't have the original thing that you wanted to have, and therefore you ended up with something that is kind of bad. I get that. But yeah, for this, you know, it happens. So yeah, I think the overall thing is gonna be this. The best reference map of design or uh, map of metal is really good for that. The ZHM that I shared earlier is an in between the website that you want to have. Like, is really close, but it's really clean. So a mix of both could work. I do feel like this website specifically has sections that are specified. Like each page is a specific design. Like I don't think they have a template with that page in like 3 or 4 images with tapes shit that is made. Or maybe they have created like 16 templates. I don't know. But I don't feel like I have seen um, the same layout on this website many times. Like I'm seeing them that are like they are really similar, but there is something about it that is giving me a more organic. Each page is unique type of vibe. That same thing might be like a they have blocks and they can just reorganize them as they want. Nonetheless, this thing is really cool, and you should take that as a reference. So yeah, cool. That was a long review for this these 3 things. There is a lot of informations in there. Um, no, not that. Um, let's see. Um, good. Well, that's what we do. That is what we do. So the ID
August
page
underscore
is
luck is now following.
appreciated. August, work on it. How are you? Who are you? How did you find the stream? Thanks a lot for the follow.
Proskis is now following.
Same thing. Following. I mean, you can. And now I missed the fucking message. Random work. Have a look at the component and emote page. Work in progress. Cool. So your component is this, which is pretty cool. You have things that are okay, and you have made them in this way. Potential, cool, debatable. This is what I was saying earlier. This is too bad. So I wish I don't think you can get me the edit access. Like I don't want you to pay though. That's the thing. I would appreciate, right? Maybe I need to send you the request or something. I don't know. What? Thumbs up as a you did that as a mode? And as a mode? Let me send you the request that I cool. So let me just do that really quickly. What I'm saying here is that you basically have in your components, you have your group. You might design for up to 3 days while waiting for admin review. That's crazy. You have here the mouse, eyes, and glasses, right? Glasses are not visible here because it's the default, but if I add the wave or whatever, then it would be something. How this work? Or the glass. How does this work? You want to be in your emote main component and say you need to have a nested instance property. So that property needs to take the glass, the eyes, and the mouse. So these properties are going to be available right there. And then from here, if I'm just taking like the mouse, you can see that my mouse variant is going to be my variant 7, variant 6, whatever, right? So that overall, let me get rid of the groups because then, oh yeah, shit, that's not what we need. That is what we need. We have this. And now I'm gonna create a new page. I don't think you have the 1-3 page. We'll see. It's gonna be easier to see. I move that to the test page. And right, if I'm using PropStar from here, and I just create the property table, it will. I should have selected something. I forgot. I didn't read anything. Where in the fuck? ZD, hi, welcome on. How are you? Standalone is Asian is system. Well, I don't care about that. Oh, I think I know what's happening. I think I know what's happening. I think you don't have the ability to run PropStar. It does work for a split second, but then it just got removed. What the? Let me do that. Page 11. It's empty. It's not empty. Oh. Yeah, I would have done that. That's fine. I should have done that. That. 1 second. Move that to your component page so I can take everything at once. Instead of doing this, it's weird it doesn't work for you though. But maybe it doesn't work for me either. It does something, but then it does nothing. That's crazy. Can I do that here? I can. Why? Did they remove the fucking features? Oh. I think I know. I think I know. Oh, that's crazy. So, well, I'm taking back what I said. You used to be able to do this basically with PropStar and it took your initial components and just gave you anything that would like be available based on the properties, right? You could change because you had properties here and there, but it seems, and that's not the case. So yeah, I don't. Let me see. If I get a property that's from the main thing, supposed to be from this file, so that's good. You might have, yes, which is fine. It happens. Like this thing should take like a property for an icon swap, right? And it takes the instances for the eyes and then instance for the sorry, my bad. Mouse, the reading machine, and then you have the glass. Kind of weird though, but yeah. I'm guessing they probably have said that into bitch, where the fuck you ain't? Sorry. They probably have done that here, where it's $7, so I might do that at some point because I kind of need this. It's useful. It is useful. Let me check though. No, not that. Yeah, they have changed that to Pro. That's why it doesn't work. Bitch. Sorry. Used to be free, and now everyone is paying shit. Oh, I hate it. That's that. Anyways, you basically have done it in a way that kind of makes sense already, so that's an option. It's fine. But this is the component that you need to have, and this is the instance swap that you need to have. So instance swap is not necessarily what you need, but the instance nested instance properties is what you kind of need. That means that when you go there, you will have your eyes property 1, and then you can change like how the glass is working, looking, whatever, right? That's your goal. The way that you want this to kind of work, and what I said in my DMs, is you want to ensure that the container of your glass is always in the same spot. So each of these you currently have made, which is fine. I'll offset it by a certain amount. They all have an auto layout frame. I don't know why you did that, but you did that, which is fine. So I'm going to just remove that. And then by default, I'm going to attempt to see if I can just, get the edge of the glass right there. So it's above everything. Here. And I think this one is a bit... this one is a bit more. All of these, I'm just going to move them to kind of match the initial. This is locked for some reason. Right, so it's not exactly perfect, but it's kind of better. And so what that means is now, if I'm changing the glass here, for example, I don't really need to do anything. It's the glass is going to be in the right place already. Maybe the container itself is going to be kind of weird, but overall it kind of works. Like it gives me what I need. This is okay. Is it work, but it's not perfect because when you are going to export this, you might end up with something that is a bit like cropped or with a bit too much space on the side or whatever. So there is a bit of a need for adjustment of like your hand placements and everything. Your main goal, as always, is going to be ensuring that your glass itself, in all of the cases, is exactly where it needs to be to match the rest. So from what I'm seeing, the one that needs to move isn't necessarily the other ones. It might be just this one needs to be more aligned. So maybe your second hand needs to be a bit more on the side or somewhere else, or I don't know. And then the first one needs to kind of move so that you want to get your most aligned thing aligned. So let's say it's somewhere around here, and then somewhere around here. That means this one kinda need to be there so that it's not cutting, right? Maybe like 1 pixel. And same thing here. Yeah, you locked all the things. Here, 1 more pixels, right? Fine, and then here, same thing. This is a rough estimate of where things are supposed to be, which will fucks stuff up around here, but that's fine. We don't care. But the best things, the most aligned that you can make them without really having like a crop of something, the better it would be. So, for example, here what I'm seeing is that your hands on both sides might be a bit too prominent. So maybe this one can be a bit closer inside, and same thing here. So that the overall alignment could be tad more on the side, a bit more lined right there. And then same thing, like maybe your hand could be just a smidge, you know. Yeah, I think one of them should be in front as well. Like I feel like this might be better if it was here. And then the issue that you may have had is your transition here. So that right needs to be here, and you basically need that. You get it blended. It's not best, but at the end of the day, when it's pixelated, it doesn't really matter. You don't see that. So I would do that. Ensure that most of my, if not all of my lines are well aligned. And the one that is the most annoying is going to be this one, where I need this to be like 1 pixel in-ish. And this one is the most annoying in terms of where it's supposed to be. So furthest it can be is here. So, like that's the base, the initial thing. And then based on that, I'm gonna just align my guides to be roughly where they needs to be. So as long as this is good, right? I just align them here, same thing there. Rough estimate, again, for this specific use case. Once that's done, I'm just gonna place the yeah, I know. I know I'm on my own file. I should have taken both. Sorry. Placement here, right? So that we have this good. And now that this is good, I'm getting wave, thumbs up, regular, without really having to offset content that much. It works. It, you know, and therefore you don't need all of these versions of offset or whatever. So that helps. And if you can, and like just naming things, naming your properties is gonna make it way easier for you to then be like, oh yeah, that's the pose, that's the look, that's the type of mouse, something. A beer mug, holding a beer mug, probably, yeah. I mean, that's probably needed at some point. But yeah, and then yeah, that's shit. Variant builder. I troll, and in 5 days. For example, you know. It's kind of weird. There's probably like another variant stuff that exists to to check. I forgot. I think Gleb has created something like Variant Organizer, but I don't know if that's the one. I'm guessing it's this. Like I need like a component with pocket. uh, uh, yeah, it needs like it's pissing me off that Propstar doesn't exist anymore or isn't free anymore. Because, it makes more sense. Nonetheless, you did that manually anyways, so it's an option. But you should have or you shouldn't have each of your variants inside of a groups like this. Like all of these that you have created, which is really good to have all of the versions, should be inside of one single variant group and not like multiple variant groups. Just because that way you will have the ability to just move things around and make it better, make it quicker as well to navigate and organize. And you will end up with something similar to what we have here. And if you remember the input fields, this monstrosity of a component, if you look at it closely, Dropstar in its free tier before is basically taking this thing, this is the component, and created all of these variations in one click. Like I basically said, I need, based on these, which is what we currently have, and it has like all the properties, all the things that can be visible, invisible, hidden, changed, different size, different whatever. Please figure it out. And that is what PropStar does. So this is the main component. All of these are instances of the main component. And yeah, that helps. So really good. So yeah, for you here, the thing that you need here is that graded on top. The best thing that I can recommend if you want it to be cleaner, because that's an option as well. You know, and want that, that's fine. Get your transition as sharp as possible. So like something like this, it might work, might be enough. I would say option number one. Option number two for me is going to be removing that elements, that specific thing, but that kind of breaks your build in a way. So this whole thing might need to get like a command E to get outlined, and then in order to get your line art kind of to be better, you would basically need to duplicate it. So you have your bottom section that is without the lines, the pure yellow, and then your top section, which is without the layer, without the layer of the yellow and just the line. And therefore here you can just remove these to make sure that these 2 points also get the rounded effect. And so that system right there will, if you just merge it together, will give you like a better point. That's the system. It kind of works. Yeah, that way you have like a uniform overall line style for everything, which I think is that better. I did you did whatever the fuck you want. Like I don't care. I don't care. But it does work. And what else would I say you should do on this one? Nah. Yes. Um, I think you need I think you need this. You might need that with the empty glass. Yeah, I think that would work. And going back to what I did here, uh, right, these ones would work as a reference for sure. But yeah, you might need that. You might need that. That's a small detail. It is a small detail, but yeah, that's the thing. So the setting that you have, or the setup that you currently have, is pretty good to have like your uh, body, your mouth, and your eyes has three separate separated elements. That works really well. I would say the potentials for me would have been to get like my arms and hands in different places as components. So basically getting my two components, one from the end that is in front, one from for the end that is in the back, is having that being rotatable elements. That basically, if you wanted to, you could, and you know, thing. You basically get one and two, and then you can just interact, whatever. It's the same component on both sides, but it's just like one of them is flipped in 180 degrees, and just positioned properly. So by building them basically like this for the outline and content, color content, you will end up with something that is a bit cleaner and usable. The goal for this, and the reason why I'm saying this, is because you basically end up with one single or one fourth component here, and if you figure out that your fingers or like this thing is a bit too wobbly and it needs to be like a bit less wobbly for some reason, you do that on your main component and it's just touch the rest in no time, so you don't need to think about it too much. So yeah, that's the thing. Going back to what I'm saying here, or seeing here, you have wobbly lines, which I think is on purpose. I think you made that half wobbly either because you don't know how to use a pen tool, which is fine, or just because you know, more sense to you. Either way, absolutely okay. The thing that I would say is, instead of wobblying your lines yourselves, I would add newer effect from Figma with the texture, and have like a low radius size of 30 something, whatever, to get the wobbly effect that you had in the first place, with the least amount of points. The output that you get in terms of the Figma file in total is going to be lighter because there is less point per elements. What? 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 Yeah. At the end of the day, does it really matter? It doesn't change shit. I think that what you've done is pretty good. So fine. But yeah, no, you did good. You did good. Like the output and the creation we have is pretty nice. The fact that we can just change things, questions, whatever, that's really nice. I would say, for your sake, for your sake, just name shit. Like, if this is thumbs up, that makes sense. That's cool. This variant 1, variant 2, variant 3, variant 4, it's kind of complicated to grasp and to understand. Um, so, yeah, I know, but you do. Like, it's basically the ensuring um like I'm right. I'm making the thing. I know which emotion it is. I just comment R, rename it, and then I'm done. And I'm done and done. And like some of them are the same multiple times. And I just have like it's a heart two, four. Uh angry and blush 1, 2, and 3 because I have 3 different blush for no reason. I mean, for reasons, but for no reasons. I didn't really know which one I wanted to have in the end, so I did all the 3. And that's the thing. But yeah, it's just like it's a matter of ensuring just you create the thing, Command R, rename the thing properly. Good. Nothing else. Very, very simple. Very, very simple. It will help you a ton. Nonetheless, you have created all of them, as we see. Not here, here, bitch, here. So you already have them, and it's fine. Well, that's the thing. The other stuff, which doesn't really matter, but it's kind of useful. The reason why I moved the glass to be in the same spot every time is because your emotes, once they are on Twitch, are going to be at, as we said, 28 by 28 in terms of size. So this thing is gonna be here, 28. Let's make it there. And that in pixelated is going to be kind of tiny. You don't really see the details. We still have details. Like don't worry about it. We still have details. But if you have your glass move around on the emotes that is currently used, and you decide to have like multiple emotes in a row in the same message, let's say like the raid message, for example, you will have in some places, if I go here, for example, I'm taking the glass and then this thing and then this one because these are the 3 that we have right here. Find that. They will have roughly, I guess it's going to be 10 for the rendering. The space that we have in between these two is very much nothing. The space that we have in between these two is very much. So you will have some inconsistency in between your emotes based on the distance that you have, and so ensuring that they all have the glass in the exact same spot. I'd alleviate that. It will still be there because the hands are moving around, but overall, if I have these side to side, lol, and not like this, apparently. I don't know why that's not working. That's crazy. Anyways, doesn't matter. Um, but that's probably one. That you have a great overall. Yeah. Like it is the glasses in the spot where I'm expecting it to be every time. It's not moving around. That's the only thing. Yeah. Detail. Details. But yeah, that's the thing that you think about. 28 by 28. Uh, so there might be some things, specifically in pixelated view, that requires you to get like a bit more not details, but potentially details. Like maybe these. Um, like maybe the. Oh, interesting. Maybe the eyes. Oh, sorry. That weird. How did you do that? Ah. So I just saw that now. Um, maybe the eyes needs to be like a bit darker overall to, you know, um, to make it more sense or make more sense around it. Oh, why did you do that? Like darker eyes, thicker overall. Like this is a 0.28, maybe a 0.5 when it's condensed. Makes more sense so that you have the outline and things. The other things and the reason why I do have not here, I do have um, a dual outline on my emotes, personally speaking, is because bitch where you at? Yeah. So if you look closely, I have a white outline and a black outline, meaning that if I'm on top of light mode, right, which we don't like, but it happens, the dark outline takes over and the light outline is not visible. However, in the other end, the emote stands out from the background. So it stands out in both cases, whereas if you didn't, if you just had the outline here in white, it's fine, right? It works, but it doesn't stand out much. And so you might benefit on your end to do something similar to this in a way, um, by either adding like a white outline or simply just having like a bit of a greater black outline. But that might just need like an outline and nothing else. Like you might just need to take this and say that whole thing, that whole glass system that I currently have, I need all of these things together. Like I'm gonna duplicate them, I'm gonna merge them together, and then I'm gonna put that underneath everything and make sure that this has a stroke that is just outside and outside bitch, and then let's make that whiter, it's visible, and that it's, I don't know, at 2, 3, 5, whatever the size you want it to be. Uh, but you get that sticker effect in. And that way, when it's sized down, you should have something that is kind of simpler, easier, whatever. Uh, yeah. Eh, details, stuff. Um, so that might work. Same thing, like not duplicating it, but like having the same thing for the inner version. Other options to get like the to get the black outline to be like a bit more um, well, noticeable from further away. And that's the thing, right? If I just do that at 4 for each of these things, let's centered. It makes more sense, right? This one kind of makes it stand out a tad. And so when we go there, have a bit of a better overall pitch, a bit of a better overall thing. Let's put that way. But same thing, like the pixelated version is going to be yeah. I appreciate it. That's an option. That is an option. Yes. Um, it, yeah, that's a pretty reasonable, but you have a really good base. So, like, your component is good, and your ID page with the reference and the research that you have, pretty nice. This one is, again, good, but it should be empty. You use traced for that? I'm guessing. Then you use that. Use Illustrator. Interesting. This one is good. This one is a good one. I do like these. And I personally use these. No, Illustrator is good. Illustrator for this is really good because you can just basically outline it for free. Compared to Figma that has like the plugin and shit. Ah, I see. You know, these are cute. These are cute. But you did good. You did good. I was about to say I have more comments, apparently. Oh, sorry. The sleeping wine? Also, yes, remove me from the editors on your file. You will, you know, you will have to pay potentially. So get me out. I think the reason why this one is smaller is mainly because it's just how ChatGPT whatever has generated it. So it's just a matter of taking the Z's and making it like lower down. That's about it. So instead of having just one intercenter, you have two. It's not much of a difference. It is not much of a difference. However, again, I'm really impressed by the consistency, like the overall consistency in between each of them. They are roughly the same shape, roughly the same sizes. The fucking foam is roughly the same, and like the only thing that changes is the bubbles that they have generated here and there, but they are kind of the same. It's, it's pretty impressive. Like this one is a bit thinner, no reason. Yeah, pretty nice. Well, you could have, I mean, I appreciate that. I really need like an affiliate link for this. But you could have looked for in the internet, to find it for free. But good job at supporting designers. Appreciate it. How do you start with advanced vocab without having to grind through 2,000 word? Well, you can. Mm, you know. Ah, good job. Ah, yeah, yeah. No, yeah, yeah. Did I make the joke? I did. Thank you, Stony. I appreciate it. The thing that is kind of good, I would say, is the fact that Japanese resources is not like one of the most active subreddit, and therefore I've been at the top of the fucking thing for the past 2 days. So yeah, really nice. That's really nice. Um, yeah, there things of in the ground, uh, like uh, the sort of the fonts, like most of these things, even though I passed them through Image Optim to make sure that they have like a lower footprint, they are heavy. They are still very heavy, and these ones are just like textures and resources, so they're nothing, just nothing. I have the plastic textures somewhere. I just don't know where it is, obviously, but yeah. I also need to use this as a string background at some point. I have this in my download for the past 3 years. I might. I might. I don't know. Yeah, I agree with that. I agree with that. The highest quality you can have is going to be the best for the output. Cool. So we went through everything that we needed to go through for today. There is a bit of a new news type of thingy. And so that is uh, this. So this person, which is like Camden, that has created like a ton of buttons thingy, has been creating and done the best version of this tweet that they could possibly be doing. And basically they have created like this whole Figma file that has all of the design of the buttons, the weird buttons that they have been working on for the past few months, I would say, without naming any fucking shape or whatever. And so that um, has been pretty useful, and it has a ton of how they have created stuff and a ton of really interesting design. They have like the standard version, hover versions, whatever for all of these buttons, but um, most of it, right? When I'm looking at it, is the reason why I downloaded the thing is because they have made all of these things in ways that is not how I would personally do it. Like most of the later one are a bit closer to what I would do, but more of these um, are roughly like single shapes here and there to create the entire thing. And that's a bit impractical from my point of view, but it's also work. So, yeah. How's about manage my stream? What do you mean by that? What do you mean by that? So this is really cool. This one is really, really nice. Power state with Yeah, kind of cute. So that was fun and fun to see overall. So just wanted to keep that and give you the access to that file as well, because as they said themselves, this is free and they give it, well, for free, but also they have just said is you don't have to follow, you don't have to like, you don't have to comment. However, the link is at the, which is really appreciated. So yeah, that good. We've also had, um, oh yeah, no, also that have different names. That, that, yes, yeah. Uh, oh yeah, no, that, yes, 100%, 100%. Yes, I agree. Specifically this one, which we've done in the past. But yeah, right about here, right there. So, yep, yes, we do. DoorDash has a new branding thing. It's really nice. That's it. These icons from UCAs are always or are always really good. So these things really look nice and they remind me of some of the app icon that I used to have on my UI or MIUI. Great. So it's been a while. It's nice. We like it. We like it. All of these, again, um, are effects and output that have been generated with a new version of the Figma effects. So have like variable blur and bit here and there. So I think it's pretty nice. It is pretty nice. You've had this thing, simple interactions, still use this landing page, but looks pretty cool. And then I like that card, so I might recreate something similar. It has a big ass radius here and there, but it's also like the thing that we talked about last Monday with this thing being in 3 different state. So if it's in middleware, right, it expand and retract based on the right position. So it's pretty neat. It is pretty neat. This one was really cute in the sense that this is a native Swift UI transition type of thing. Not the blur, but the positioning of the title just going into where it's supposed to go when you scroll. I feel like this is a really, really good thing to add to any apps. So I might do that at some point. This is the thing that I shared, right? August has created these tiny faces, and that's why I shared mine underneath. That is cool. That is cool. If you need to throw something in the trash, having this animation is really nice. It's really nice. That person has done the thing that I it probably has sound. I don't know. I can't hear it. That person has created the thing that I wanted to create. So now I don't need to create it. So they have created a combined chat with multiple platforms, which is basically what Stony has created as well. But that way you can have control over your screens and your things, and I will be able to have, like, instead of having 2 windows, which I have right now, have the exact same thing that we have on StreamerBot on Windows, but because I'm on Mac, that's not an option. That's new. It's interesting. It's pretty nice. That's about it. That is about it. This is the effect that I was talking about for things. Yeah, it is OBS. I didn't know what you meant by managing my stream, but yes, everything is OBS. Everything is OBS for sure. This was cute just because it's similar to what we currently have on Can with the different versions of the background and the gradients themselves. So that's nice, but they have like a bit of a lighter section on this corner compared to this thing. So it's a 45-ish transition compared to what I currently have, which is a 90 degrees down position. Notch, usual patterns is coming back. This is something that I've been seeing a lot. These cards being really cool, but also physical, offsetted, off-grid, and rotated. It's the 5th time that I'm seeing something very similar, specifically when I'm looking at the designs on Xiaongshu, so the Chinese version of the designs. We have a ton of these cards. So, patterns, I don't know. It looks cool. I might integrate some of them in the app, for sure. Probably. But, yeah, they have like really, really subtle design here with the guidelines around the icon itself, and then the tag being like offsetted is pretty nice. So you know, cute stuff, cute stuff. And then usual dev doing weird things, and then that person, since Arc is dead, they feel like making a browser. That might happen. I don't know. We'll see. But yeah, as I said, like a lot of people are gonna do that. As always, Jay is doing a lot of things in CSS, and all of that is CSS. Yes, yes, yes. I did that as well. We did that as well. We also, Terracon, which is one of the people of this chat, community at some point, he lurking, often not really talking, has created a way to get browser source to change based on its size. So basically what he did was getting the, instead of having it linked to webhook in Node and listening to what OBS is doing, in the OBS view, browser source is 1924 by 1080, 1923 by 1080, 1922 by 1080, and you have jQuery breakpoints that change the layouts based on these specific breakpoints of 1 pixel difference. And so every time you change scene, that browser source is resized by like a little. That whole thing is moving. So it's a fake responsive layout, but it basically has the transition automated inside of that browser source, which is really cool. But also intensive, really intensive. So that happens. This is like Sketch Stack, so it's the same thing as a layout, but a bit more flexible. But it's interesting to show that it works the exact same way. There are stuff that are not necessarily how I would expect them to work, but you know, the thing. It is a thing. And this one was just like basically what they do. This is pretty bad. This one was cool. I think this is really cool of a concept for ad system. So give us the finger is pretty cool. Live fast and die old is really, and the branding, the shots, all of that is really nice. Obviously biased. I have mine since like years ago. So you know the thing. But yeah, it's nice. It is nice. Good news, potentially, I don't know. YouTube has now officially launched the AV1 encoding for the live streams, so we will have the ability to get like a better quality, lower output or lower streaming from myself to YouTube. It's supposed to arrive on Twitch at some point. It's in beta, some users have access to it. It's not necessarily a good thing. I can't use it because I don't have a PC, but it's cool. It is cool. And then this one made me laugh again. So, yeah. Then he has explained something about the office in wherever they are. I forgot where they are. And then and then that guy said, I don't know what you're spelling. Real person, which when I'm looking at it, I'm like, this thing seems pretty good. So I don't know what you're talking about. And then they just hit them with this. Yeah. Is always the right answer. Oh, I see. Interesting. Well, that happens. That happens. But yeah, and now there is this as well, which is Twitch is introducing a new version of the clip system. I don't know if it's rolled out for every platforms or every channels, but now instead of having go to the clip page and resize the clip and change and all of that and missing potentially something happening in the stream itself, you now stay on an overlay on top of the current page, which seems to be much better. And you also have the ability to see both portrait tabs and dynamic times directly from there. So that's pretty cool. We'll see if it's working and well implemented, but for now, I don't know. I haven't tried it. Well, tried it later for sure. These are cool, but that's about it. This one is really nice. I don't know why I like it, but I like it. So, that's about it. It's a nice gradient of colors based on what you are spending and your budget for the months. And it's, it's cute. It looks nice. It's one of these things that I've been looking at for the past few days at other apps and how they have been built. And when I'm launching them, I'm like, God damn, this app looks amazing. And I'm looking at mine and I'm like, mine looks like shit. And then I remind myself that I've been on mine for the past 5 months-ish. Therefore, that's why it looks like shit, because I'm just used to it. But yeah. Contrast is inferring with the bottom left text. This? I don't know. Oh, you mean this? Yes. You know, this is shit. I'm mostly talking about the grade at the top. You know, this is bad. This is really bad. And then now apparently you will be able to stream it 2K in Twitch. But, you know. But that's just for self-encoding, so that you need to have that on your machine, which is not my case. And then, yeah. I like that Rio is doing it. Because, you know, Rio's good. Overall, like most of the thing that he has created is really, really good. So I don't think he needs the thing, but you know, it happens. We never know. Yeah, that's about it on this one. That's about it. Shit like this, got me. But yeah, most people are doing the same thing lately. Medi is doing a lot of articles and stuff, so it makes sense. But let's do something else. Do something else. Anywho, yeah. Yeah, that could work. That's it. That's the thing. Um, the WCAG standards is not good. I have read with it. I don't like it. The There is like a perceived contrast and an acceptable contrast ratio. The usual behavior, the usual thing that we have as reference is if I'm getting one of the orange Pornhub type button and I'm getting text on top. Right now I'm not, but black is going to be recommended. However, when it's text, it's less readable than if I have this in white. But white doesn't patch. Like this, in terms of where it is on top of the orange, it's not readable and it's not accessible. However, this one passes 100% into that specific version of the, you know, the WCAG web, whatever, accessibility, whatever. And so it is the exact same thing with the initial Twitter colors. So with the kind of blue but not too blue colors that we had, the white doesn't pass, but the black does pass. And at the end of the day, readability in terms of perceived readability, black is less readable for most people than white. And for the people that needs the like accessibility features, it would be easier for us to introduce something that ensure high contrast rather than make the interface less accessible overall for most people. So something like if you are in high contrast, the blue just, you know, drops a tad. Or if you are in the other options and you needed the high contrast, it's just going around here or it's just going around there. And get something that just now works and you keep the value that kind of works. So yeah, yeah, all of that. It's just bad. There is like a notion of passiveness in terms of accessibility, contrast ratio, that if it's just math, no good. If it's just perception, no good. If it's both, then why not? Why not? But yeah, the that is the base. These are cute. Look at that. I'm looking at this and I'm like, damn, this look good. Why can't my app look the same? And then I'm looking at my app and it looks the same. So it's anyways. Anyways. That yes. Mm-hmm. Adam, Tony, who do we have? We don't have much. I mean, we have Maya that probably just started. Um, you don't, you can't go to Don, Tony, right? It's not an option anymore. And got banned. You got banned. Oh, you're no longer banned. That happens. Still, I'm not supporting someone that bans you. Uh, Rosonary, hi. You arrive at the instant I'm looking for someone to raid. How are you? How's the day going? Yeah, I get that. Uh, You're welcome. Yeah, I guess Maya's pretty good. It just started though, so we are in the fish right now, which is fine. We appreciate the fishes. Fishes is good. Fishes be good. Um, it came me. Let me. 1 second. Let me bit me. Bit me. Didn't we go there before? Damn, that is loud. Be loud. I don't think we've been there before. But dang, that's loud. I'm sending you to Maya. It's better. I mean, it's better. It's different, but it's better. Um, you know, you know. Is the camera just turned on? That makes sense. That's an entry rate, which we appreciate. Anyways, as always, the VOD is going to be on YouTube if you want to watch it again. For some reason. If you have questions live, that's on Discord, which is appreciated. And I shall be back when I'm live next, which is on Monday. As always, Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 5:30 Paris time-ish type of situation for now. And we'll see what we can do. But yeah, as always, I said a lot of things today, for sure. I was about to say join the Patreon to have access to some things, but I mean, I don't have any video planned for the next few weeks. So maybe at some point. I don't know. Nonetheless, if you want to learn Japanese, as always, Ken is really good. And if you want to give me some money, you can sub here or YouTube. Both are fine. But I would rather you buy a UI kit. Much better for you and for me. Anyways, who won before the 10 seconds? Congrats. Congrats. I'll see you soon. Bye.